Do any of you guys know Jay Easy? The like indie rap internet guy. He did the Mega Man. So hey yo, Mega Man dropping da da, and then he like ran at the camera. I think I unironically like his music. There's nothing wrong with it. The music sounds good. I'm not ashamed of that. It's just funny that I would end up having an opinion on that. You know? What's up? Day 2 of trying to break this in. Average Vosh music opinion. I think his music's good. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He pulled off the perfect psyop with a Mega Man bit. Yeah, you know that like TikTok famous duo. They were like the two black girls, and they were also running in. They were like in a grocery store, and I don't remember the lyrics, but they did like a bit that got really really popular. You know? Come on. They were like friends. None of you really? Nothing. Nobody. Nothing and nobody. I don't know what you're talking about. It was everywhere online like 6 months ago. You literally couldn't avoid it. No idea. They were running. There were the two black girls in the middle of the bit. They trade off, and then the friend does the singing. Jesus Christ! Show a clip. How could I show a clip if I don't know? They're called Flayana Boss. What? Don't Vosh, please. Just say it. I'm obviously like fishing for it. Well, like a hey, Vosh, that thing you're trying to remember. This is it, idiot. Fuck you. I hate you. What is? Where would I find just the clip? Where's the original clip with them in the video or the grocery store? Why is it so hard to find stuff?
Oh Christ! I'm about to sin again.
Yeah, that one. There we go. That's not the original, but okay. That probably immediately reminded everyone what it is, though, so that's fine. We don't need to go further into it. Your chat is incredibly patronizing sometimes. Yeah, no kidding, right? You know? Still have no clue who that is? Okay, I think you guys are just racist. I don't know. Whatever. What pants do you want to pair that shirt with? I'm wearing shorts. That's what I'm pairing it with. Don't at me. All right. What do we got in the docket today? As it turns out, a lot. Same shorts? Yeah, I'm wearing the same thing I wore last stream. The yacht owner fit? You don't know anything. You don't know. A yacht owner would be wearing board shorts, okay? Or chinos with loafers and no socks. And they would never wear a chambray shirt. It's way too thick for being on a goddamn yacht, okay? They would wear linen or a light cotton. Jesus Christ. Good lord. Fucking... It reminds me of when I wore a simple Western shirt, the white one, and everyone in chat was like, yo, is that an envelope shirt? And it's literally like one of the most famous types of shirt, a pearl snap Western shirt. Like, just true phenomenal stuff, really, honestly. TTS, yeah, I always forget to turn it off. There we go. All right. All right. I have a million links. Let me go through them. What is this? What is this, and why am I here? Oh, fuck. I saw exactly, like, 5 seconds of this.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell,
Literally,
Mr.
you can Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelsteiner.
respect, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. With all due respect, Mr. Bonnell, to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Borelli,
Let me read a quote. I think I'll read one.
Let him read.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Fuck. I have to watch this thing. I need to. It's like 5 hours, man. I've got to watch this while playing Lies. I get to finish Lies of P. God Almighty. What are they talking about? How to pronounce Destiny's name, I guess. Was it good? How would I know? I haven't watched it. Was Lies of P good? Oh, Lies of P is fantastic, yeah. It's decent at the start, but it gets fucking awful. I mean, if the entire 5 hours is just Finkelstein mispronouncing Steven's name, it can't be that bad, right? There's kind of a quality floor right there. I mean, you know, it can only get so bad, really.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron.
Display on camera if you're putting yours in books, okay?
I read the case around 4 times.
They just don't show genocidal intent.
Brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of Finance on the 8th of October. War.
Mr. Bonnell,
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it?
Sorry. I only know D in this whose side are we on. Well, I haven't seen the debate, so like I don't know who how the performances were on both sides. I don't even know the other two people. It seems like it was just Steven and Finkelstein talking, really. I mean, obviously, like the broader position, it seems Finkelstein has really good positions when it comes to Israel-Palestine conflict, and Destiny's positions of the subject are fucking idiotic. But you know, you got to get into the weeds with this stuff, right? Also, Finkelstein doesn't exactly have a clean political record, we'll say. My guy is not exactly a sterling representative of progressive political positions. He's written on like transsexualism being some Hollywood degeneracy or something. I don't know. He's a conservative. He's just a campist. He doesn't like America, which, you know, who amongst us? But yeah. Isn't he a fascist or something? Well, he did defend Russia invading Ukraine, which is a pretty fascist opinion, yeah. He calls him out in his Wikipedia research streams, lol. Well, hold on. There are plenty of reasons why I think people, you know, could legitimately go after Steven. Wikipedia research streams aren't one of them. Wouldn't that be a little friendly fire, from my perspective, a little bit? Wouldn't that be a little, just a little smidge, you know, a little smidge? Don't know about that one. Finkelstein defended Holocaust denier David Irving. Did he? I guess that would... David Lizard People Irving. By Finkelstein, the Holocaust industry. UK historian David Irving claims that the Jewish Holocaust industry silences its critics by a combination of intellectual terrorism and moral blackmail. It seems he may have some persuasive arguments on his side. Finkelstein, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't know about writing opinion articles to defend David Irving when he says that there is a Holocaust industry. Oh, shit. Polish peasants harbored the Kosinski family. Oh, shit. Fucking secret family branch discovered? You're confusing David Irving and David Icke. Am I? Wait. Is David Icke the Lizard Man one, not David Irving? Oh, I might have gotten him confused. Is David Irving just another anti-Semitic guy? There were just 2 anti-Semitic Davids? That's kind of ironic, given the name, but okay. Icke is the... Okay, Icke is the lizard guy. Irving is this guy. But they're both anti-Semites named David somehow. Okay. David Irving is a different Holocaust denier. Okay, gotcha. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Hmm. As a David who is not anti-Semitic, I'm glad I dodged that hypocrisy. Also, if I was an anti-Semite, I would simply not be named David. I don't know. It feels like kind of hypocritical, personally. All right, whatever.
He made you into an Italian all the time.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bernal.
meaningless to everyone in the region.
Mr. Bernal.
Who owned the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr.
The Bite of 67?
Bernal, don't change the subject.
The actual
Destiny
alternative.
should talk about
you're
making money
media,
off
you're a
of
media
idiocy.
blitz.
Listen to this.
The only option is
Mr. Bernal
combat.
is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
There is something very endearing about how Finkelstein appears to be like an abrasive debate bro shit poster, but he's like 65. You know what I mean? Like there is something just kind of charming about that he would be his age and have his demeanor and still be just an obnoxious, rude, abrasive piece of shit. This is how I feel about I think this is a big part of the charm behind Slavoj Žižek as well. He's not like a debate bro or whatever, but he certainly doesn't act like an academic, you know? Or at least not the kinds of academics you think of.
Where it was a good faith effort.
We have a written record.
With all due respect,
We have a written record,
Mr. Pop
Mr.
Historian,
Burrell.
you can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to it.
Excuse
Okay?
me?
Why is Destiny not mispronouncing Finkelstein's name? Oh, shit. Is it because, like, Finkelstein's a Jewish name? So if you started, like, fucking around with it, it might be interpreted as anti-Semitic? Is that, like, the defense? Fungalstein, you know, like is that like too close to the sun? That's like his defense. He's undefeatable, you know. A huge part of rhetoric is theatrics. All of rhetoric is theatrics. As if there's any fucking relationship between being right and an audience being convinced you did well. If there's anything I've learned in 5 years, okay, it's that being right means nothing if you can't do it with a little song and dance. Were you around for the Gamergate days where people like literally any feminist blogger on YouTube with 10K subs could say the most obviously objectively correct thing and then get like doxxed and dogpiled into oblivion by some 500,000 sub Gamergator saying that she was calling for the death of all men or something?
Just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quote from all of them, okay? That's great. That's great.
Burrell, at least I had a quote to cherry-pick.
That's great.
All you have...
Fuck. I gotta watch this.
And I gave you quotes.
All you have is Wikipedia.
Do you want quotes? They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
what do you think those quotes were about?
You're
not going to respond to anything I'm saying because you have no answer.
I'll respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bernal.
If you're a historian, if you do all this work, you did the things, tell me what they said. Don't just tell me a sentence. Tell me by what
Mr.
metric.
Bernal.
I'm sorry. Oh, I love this shit. If I watch this, it'll have been like the first actual fucking thing of Destinies that I've watched in like 3 years, you know? Gotta refresh. Hassan reacted to this for 12 hours. How did it go? Now you have no excuse to not get Noam Chomsky on your stream. Yeah, I don't think Noam Chomsky would be able to participate in a spirited conversation to the same extent that Finkelstein has been able to in this clip. Destiny looks like shit. I mean, it looks like he can't grow a full beard, but I've always thought he looks better with the like Anastole hair and the beard than he does clean shaven or whatever else, right? He has nice hair. I don't know why he doesn't always have it grown out. The fuck is that beard? You know, a lot of people can't grow a full beard. I don't know if he can or can't. Did he like fuck up shaving? I don't know. It's not like a guaranteed thing, right? You know, like I think that in my family, like half of the men can't grow full beards. I just got one of the, you know, lucky gene piles. When in doubt, goatee. No, I really don't like goatees. They have to be done very well or very specifically for them to come off good, in my opinion. There's an Israel-shaped piece of his beard missing. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! And this is the Mediterranean? And this little cutout right here is the Gaza Strip. What does it mean? He was born to argue this point. There was a point in the debate where Destiny said 15 to 17-year-olds dying isn't children dying because they can join battle at that age. Well, why draw the line there, you know? Let's go back to historical precedent. You can send 12-year-olds to battle, all right? Hell yeah. There are no children casual. There's no such thing as the like casualty of children in war, okay? Only insufficiently aggressive recruitment offices, you know? A 6-year-old dying in a JDAM strike. Well, I call that, you know, a 6-year-old who could have been strapped to the nines with explosives. You know, it's possible. A 6-year-old can hold a gun. Yeah, come on, don't be a bitch. Yeah, a gun in the hands of a 6-year-old is just as dangerous as a gun in the hand of any trained soldier. You know, as long as they're pointing in the right direction. A 2-year-old could be used as cannon ammo. you infants can be loaded into catapults, you know. There are no civilians in war. Fuck, this shirt is so goddamn stiff. That's why I'm wearing it, of course. Gotta break it in. I gotta wash it. Excuse me. Can a cat be a gun? Yeah, sure, why not? UN says Gaza famine is imminent. Ah, they've been saying that for months now. Those goddamn, you know, boy who cried wolf ass motherfuckers. What are you telling me? Famine takes a while to set in? Yeah, come on, ridiculous. Debated some pro-Israel dude recently. They're unironically worse than some open neo-Nazis. Well, the difference is just like the level of permissibility to what they're like able to say. Right now, the more open like Zionists can say everything openly. Like a political environment has been constructed where in a lot of spaces they can be completely open. Whereas if you're a neo-Nazi, even if you're open about being a neo-Nazi, like you still have to play the optics game, you know? Like even if you are admittedly one, you still have to do this hemming and hawing about how actually you just want to, you know, self-determination for white people and all that bullshit, you know. So there's kind of a difference in, I guess, like the accepted bounds of the argument and what you can say and what you can't say. But obviously, like the Nazis, you know, if given full permission to speak their mind, would say real naughty stuff, you know, folks. They wouldn't stop with the N-word. They'd invent new words you haven't even heard before. Have you ever heard the I word? You don't even want to know what ethnic group that one refers to. Is there actually an I word? I don't know if there's an I word. Feels like the Nazi is at least slightly more self-aware. In some cases, that might actually be true, largely because there are people who are mostly liberal who are saying pretty openly fascist stuff, but only about Israel. Like there are a lot of liberals who are regurgitating fascist arguments exclusively in a Zionist context without having a consistent, broadly fascist worldview. Yeah. So the inconsistency might be, you know. Well, it's unwitting to an extent, Dream Canoe. All right, what do we have here? You know, I was checking my DMs before stream started. There was somebody who DM'd me asking if I could go over a video from Jordan Peterson, and I found, not entirely to my surprise, that Jordan Peterson seems to be kind of washed. This is his 1.6 million sub channel, and he's getting less views per video than me by a pretty significant margin. I told you like about a year ago that after his brain just fully melted into a puddle in his skull pan, like, you know, he's kind of washed. The whole like benefit to Jordan Peterson, the whole thing that he was like marketing himself on was he was like the sensible, calm dad surrogate who offered life advice, you know? And all of that falls apart when he is a fucking lunatic, right? Like he was put into that medically induced coma, and then he woke up, and since then it's all been like Chinese milking machines, you know? Like truly psychotic stuff. And I don't say that in like a grifter way. I don't think he's a grifter. And I don't say that in like a euphemistic way, like, oh, haha, he's gone crazy. I actually mean I think that his brain isn't functioning properly. There was a marked difference in his behavior before and after that medically induced coma. He was never exactly like reasonable, but it definitely amplified it, you know? Yeah, the apple cider coma, exactly. It actually properly cooked him. I don't think he's right in the head. Even his life advice videos aren't getting that much attention. Are you depressed or is your life a mess? These are mutually exclusive things. You can turn your life around by changing your diet. I'm always saying this. This is oh, sorry, it's the keto diet, because that's like one of the grifty ways he does make money. I was going to say rice and beans, but that has carbs. Sorry, guys, no rice and beans. Why the storyteller matters. 4 lessons from Russia's darkest era. How to stay sane in an insane world. Negotiating a raise? Wait, fuck, I'm kind of curious. Wait, what would a brain-broken boomer like Jordan Peterson have to say? Nobody negotiates a fucking raise. Negotiating a raise at this point, I feel, is like quitting your job and getting rehired as a contractor after the business like starts falling apart because they don't have your help anymore, you know? Like the negotiating a raise. Hey, what's up, JP?
I did a lot of business consulting. I did a lot of work with people who were trying to develop their careers. I did a lot of strategizing around things like, I wouldn't say raising.
Jordan Peterson is frustrating, by the way, because in some ways, I think he dresses relatively well, and in some ways, I think he dresses relatively poorly. I think that a lot of his suits are like gimmicks in a way that I don't think come across very good, apart from being interesting. But for the most part, the fit of his suits are a hell of a lot better than the other stuff that you would see from comparable commentators. For example, this suit that he's wearing now fits quite a bit better than most of what you'd see from like the average politician or Matt Walsh or whatever. His Dr. Phil video 6 days ago, the suit is ass. Okay, okay, I'm curious. Sure, fine. I'll see. I'll see the suit, okay? From 6 days ago. This one? Dr. Phil video? Okay. Okay.
Treat yourself with dignity and respect. Because I believe you can't give away what you don't have. So if somebody doesn't...
Oh, you meant his suit, not Jordan Peterson's suit in the video. Oh, no, you do. Okay. You know what's funny? For somebody who advocates for like traditional conservatism and masculinity, this is a remarkably deviant thing to do to men's traditional formal wear. Like, this is like what a drag queen or you know, some kind of like theater artist would do with their clothing. It's just odd. Shoots and ladders. Is he wearing this with jeans? Oh my god. There are so many problems with this. That would be a whole segment on its own. We don't need to get into it. It's fine. Is this a satin lapel? This is like a dinner jacket lapel that he's wearing, but the material isn't, and he's wearing it with jeans. This is incoherent. This is literally like, this is like hitting randomizer on the suit construction. This is not good. Like, this could be good, but this is insane. You've surgeried the dinner jacket lapel with what appears to be the material and construction of some kind of weird avant-garde like design print suit, but then you have it with a button-down collar and a regular, and then it's with jeans. It's just, it's ridiculous. It's okay. Get it out. Get it out. All right. Anyway, I think it slaps. No. It could slap, but he doesn't know what he's doing.
People's salaries, because that's not the right way to think about it, but helping them develop the skills and confidence to maximize their economic potential and to develop plans around that. So, and one of the things we could zero in
yes,
on
this one is a lot better.
Might be of interest to people is, for example, is negotiating a raise. Now, you said that you want to collaborate and find a better solution, that you talk with someone, not against. And that reminded me as well of the necessity of developing a joint vision. So let me tell you what we used to do in practical terms.
This is going to end up being a lot more boring than I expected, unfortunately.
When I was setting someone up to have a conversation with their boss about advancement, including a raise, sometimes people don't necessarily...
Really, it looks like it barely fits him? No, it fits him perfectly. The seams in the shoulder are fine. I mean, it could be because he's sitting that you have this roll right here that might be a product of it being a little bit too tight, but that also could be because of the way he's seated. Like, he might have some fabric bunched up in the back because he needs to straighten the back of the jacket and pull it down. It's hard to know without him, you know, standing up. I think it's fine.
Necessarily want a raise, they want opportunity and they want advancement, and the only way they can conceptualize that is as more money. And so you have to get that straight too. But so, you know, I said my principles were something like, it's very difficult to negotiate if you are not in a position to say no.
Wow, this is fucking boring. All right, moving on. Damn, no wonder this shit doesn't get views. You know how he used to talk? Like, this channel's only been around for like a year and a half, I think. What women don't understand about men. Here's an older clip.
Men use the image of female perfection to motivate themselves. And that's exactly right. That's precisely what they do. You see that in the Tom Sawyer story. So Tom Sawyer is about 12 years old, and he's still hanging around with his friends like Huck Finn. And this girl moves across the street, Becky, and she comes out, and he's struck by her for the first time in his life. Something's changed. And the first thing he does is hop up on a picket fence and show off and balance in front of her. And he's saying, well, look at me, look at me. He's like the male Bauer.
Look at me, I'm Hitler. That's...
Or building something beautiful so the female will approve of it. And it's motivation, you know, and that's something that I think modern women don't really understand about.
Okay, so what he just said, in case you missed that, is here's his like brilliant Evo Psych contribution to the discourse, okay? When men see women they're attracted to, they want to impress the women. Thank you, Jordan Peterson. Evolutionary psychology is the art of making really fucking obvious social statements sound like preordained biological truths by way of jibber jabber, you know?
Men, they don't understand that, at least to the degree that males are uncorrupted and not bitter because of being rejected, they're doing everything they can to kneel before the eternal image of the feminine.
How did he get away with this shit? Like, like, I feel like if any left-leaning guy said this, they would get made fun of so much by the right wing. But because he's right wing, it's like, oh yeah, of course, all men kneel before the image of the perfect Not every guy's submissive, dog. I'm sorry. Was he always like this? Yes.
And try to make themselves worthy. That's the chivalry story, right? That's what you should encourage in your partner. So
no? Wait, chivalry isn't about making yourself worthy of women. Chivalry is it's a social standard of paternalistic sexism where you demonstrate your worth as a man in society broadly by showing a kind of deferential respect to the weaker sex. It's not about impressing any individual woman. That would be courting a woman. Chivalry is a broader thing. It's not like you demonstrate chivalry to every woman in that code, not like just the ones you like.
So out of chaos emerges this first form. It's the feminine form. It's partly the form that represents novelty as such. So, and on one hand it's promise, on the other hand it's threat. That you.
This is a famous image, by the way. Isn't this from one of his? Yeah. If you ever read anything from JP, it is truly incoherent. There's a reason why he is not taken seriously in the in his disciplines, you know?
Believe, and I don't know, because I don't know, I don't understand the situation with women as well as I understand the situation with men, obviously being a man. But I don't know if women have any idea how paralyzing they are to, especially young men. Very large number of my clinical clients, but also...
This doesn't even track, man. Have you never heard of young girls being boy crazy? Like, isn't that literally a meme where a teenage girl will enter a period of her life where she like brain break and that's all she can think about? It's not even like a sex thing. It's just like, well, you know, not to defer to biology, but that is what puberty's supposed to do, kind of. Yeah, like K-pop stans, exactly. I still remember the misery of Team Jacob, Team Edward. Yeah, again, like, evolutionary psychologists love making men and women out to be different species, but fundamentally, men and women are basically the same. There might be some, I'm talking about cis men and cis women here, or maybe, like, the influence of masculine and feminine hormones, if you prefer. So, like, there are differences, right? Like, women tend to be more weepy, I guess, and I think men tend to be a bit more visual when it comes to sexual stuff. There might be a bit of a difference there biologically when it comes to, like, who's meant to be the pursuer and who's meant to be the one who's pursued. But that's not like a 100% thing. That could be like a 60-40 thing that gets blown up into like a 90-10 thing, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, there might be a slight, on average, biological predisposition for men and women to act differently on what, like, in certain ways. But then it's like, socially, it gets amplified because people see that small difference and they're like, ah, so that's how it is meant to be. And then they like, vroom, you know what I mean? Kind of like how men on average are hairier than women, but there's nothing about biology that encourages women to, like, you know, wax and shave all the time. Like, the extent to which men and women have different levels of hairiness is largely a product of social conditioning, in addition to it being a biological thing.
Young men I've talked to in general are absolutely terrified of women because they're terrified of being rejected. And the terror exists in precise proportion to the attraction to the woman, which is a horrible paradoxical situation to be in. It's often why men make such fools of themselves in front of women that they're attracted to. It's because, first of all, they don't see the woman that they're attracted to, because what the hell do they know about her? They don't see her as an individual.
That's a problem. I think that's an issue, personally. If when you're attracted to a woman, you stop thinking of her as a person and start thinking of her as, like, a stand-in for the, you know, for the platonic female, that seems like an issue, in my opinion. You know? Have these men just considered not being losers? If I were an evolutionary psychologist, I would simply not legitimize the concept of the Madonna whore, you know, a dichotomy.
They see her as the manifestation of a judgmental ideal.
I don't feel this way. I'm sorry. If I see a girl that I like, I usually just think, oh, that girl's cool. I want to know more about her and, like, I don't know, squeeze her into a cube.
And then it's only in establishing the relationship with the actual woman that they can start differentiating between the judgmental ideal and the actual individual woman. And that also requires a sacrifice. And the sacrifice is, you never can have an ideal woman. So to have a relationship with any woman, you have to sacrifice the relationship with the ideal woman, and you have to see the individual woman
as a human being. Yeah, if you can imagine such a thing. There's like a little grain of truth in here where we all do kind of grapple with the difference between our perception of another and who they actually are. But the way this is being presented is just...
and separate her from the ideal. And that's the same thing that happens to the hero in Sleeping Beauty, right? He sees the evil queen who actually turns into the dragon of chaos. And it's not until he can defeat her that he can establish a relationship with the actual princess. And that's exactly the case.
The 14-year-old girl he kissed, yeah.
One of my clients who ran this men's group, which was quite interesting, one of the things they had the initiates do, which was very intelligent, was to go out and ask 50 women in one day for their phone numbers.
Okay.
Why? Politely, properly, you know, it was a game, but it wasn't a stupid game. And the idea was, get over your fear of rejection.
Okay, here's a suggestion, because I think that there's a better way of doing this. Rather than just going up and asking for their numbers, which is weird, what if you just go up and start a conversation, you know, like about anything? Wouldn't that be a better way to kind of train yourself to be better at being social with women? you would still have to deal with, you know, rejection there because their evident disinterest is still a form of, you know, rejection if they indicate that. Talk to women. Yeah, I know.
And how do you do that? By encountering it continually and continually and continually.
It's just... excuse me. Depends on the individual. I can see the merit of exposure therapy. Yeah, but like random women out on the street are not fucking RPG monsters for you to level up against, you know? If you're going to talk to women, talk to women. Be normal about it. Don't just like, I need to go and like run up to 50 chicks and ask for their number, you know? You can ask for their number after talking to them, right? But the way Jordan Peterson talks about it, it sounds like he just went up and politely asked. What woman would give a number off of that? Maybe some, I guess, but not super likely. I thought you approached them with food and open hands. Right. Well, as we learned yesterday, you know, first they're going to see your silhouette, so make sure you're wearing like a bulky jacket with pauldrons so your shoulders project out. How many women does it take for a level up? I don't know. What are like the D&D encounter experience point system? I have to think about it. Wouldn't it be better to talk to women not just in public, but in spaces you might share common interests? Well, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, that'd be preferable, obviously. I don't really recommend just cold opening people for no reason whatsoever. Like, what are the odds, especially because you people are all internet brain poison autists, what are the odds that you just approach some random woman with big fat fucking milkers on the beach, and then she's going to have anything of interest to talk to with you, right? Like any shared interests. Maybe if you're into something, I don't know, more normie-like athletics. For me personally, given the fact that I barely leave the house anyway, if I'm going to talk to somebody in public, I'd like some kind of pre-existing assurance that we have at least some shared interests, you know? Not that, by the way, not that I give a fuck, okay? I strike up conversations while waiting at bus stops, all right? I don't give a shit. If I'm there and I'm bored, I'll talk to people. But if you actually want to get to know people, it's usually a good idea to you know, have some understanding that you might have something in common. I need to go to Finland just to be an American and mog all the Finnish people who are standing 50 feet apart from one another. I don't know, Vosh, I kind of disagree. I think it's a good idea if you don't have a lot of women in your life. No, I'm just asking you to talk to them, not just run up to them and ask for their number, you know? I really don't think you're going to get... Okay, you know what my honest opinion is? If there's a person who's bad enough with women that they feel the need to take Jordan Peterson's advice on this subject, walking up to 50 women, asking for their numbers 50 times, and getting rejected 50 times is probably not going to endear them positively to women. It's probably going to further the bitterness and isolation they feel, you know? Dealing with rejection isn't just an exposure therapy thing. It's not just rejection that you're looking for here. It's a normal, healthy social relationship with women, you know? Rejection is a part of life and socializing, sure, but it's not the only relevant part, you know? Getting really used to failing isn't exactly a recipe for success. The fear of rejection is something you have to overcome, but why not do it in tandem with, you know, bettering your social skills when talking to women? You can just talk to them like they're normal people, you know? They almost are. You could, I mean, they're women, you know, but like you can learn to be social. It's like how religious cults and evangelists send people to, or send evangelists to people's doors just to get them rejected. Well, yeah, it's part of the like conditioning, you know? Have you considered your chat as the one who's not normal people? Oh, who's normal these days? Anyway, I just think that this advice is going to send a lot of people into a fucking, you know, whirling cycle of inceldom where they just get rejected over and over and over and over and over again, and it just makes them feel really bad about women. You know, there are guys who think it's a mark against women that women won't, like, reciprocate their sexual or romantic interest on a quick meetup, you know? Like, can you imagine approaching just a random woman on a boardwalk or something and being like, hey, you look really nice, can I have your number? And getting mad when they say no? Why the fuck would they say yes? You have any idea, like, what a psycho you must look like to them? Listen, okay, I'm only inferring here. I'm not a chick. I have been cold approached by men plenty of times, you know. I mean, But it's different because I'm a guy. But if I was a chick and some guy like cold opened me like that, like fuck that, dude. You're going to kill me in an alleyway. You know, you're going to dump my corpse in a dumpster. Fuck off. Like, absolutely not. Are you kidding? You're not even gonna like talk? What? Like the only thing you want my fucking number for is my appearance? It's ridiculous. The first time a guy did that to me, I immediately understood women. Oh my God. I swear to God, this is why every guy who is misogynistic has to fuck a guy at least once, because the moment you realize how much men are to deal with, you will instantly sympathize more with women. I'm not kidding. I'm attracted to men. I've fucked them. I've made out with them. I've gone on dates with them. Great. Fine. But do you have any idea how much men are to deal with on dating apps? Hinge, Tinder, Grindr. Do you have any idea how exhausting they are? How presumptuous and rude and arrogant and asocial a lot of them are? It's ridiculous. I feel like I'm talking to a hive of NPCs in a lot of cases. Like they're you know, so many guys think they're slick. You know, like they think they're so much rizzier than they actually are, and it's pathetic. Like I think a lot of them are used to talking to women, and they think women are stupid and don't see through their games a little bit. You know, it's really dumb. Women on dating apps are NPCs too. A lot of them are, but for the opposite reason. Men act like NPCs on dating apps because they fucking scattershot, like shotgun approach everyone and put no effort into it. Women act like NPCs because they're so used to catching strays from that scattershot. Like it is a two-way road, I guess, when it comes to NPC behavior, but I think the guys are by far the worst actors there, you know? And if you have an issue with women controlling the, like, gatekeeping sex or whatever, excuse me, sorry, which to an extent they do, at least in terms of, like, dating app interactions, like, then stop being so desperate. Like, literally. Like this is a broader guy issue, you know? How do you expect women to engage with you like directly and fully if you message them when every woman on a dating app who's even remotely hot gets 50,000 fucking messages a day, you know? A lot of the guys who message them are literally just messaging hi to every girl. What do you think that's going to do to the mind of the girl, you know? It's a completely non-functional relationship. It's ridiculous, you know? Excuse me. It does feel pretty bad if you've only ever known rejection. Don't even think about it. You're not knowing rejection. Rejection is like, this is like you saying that, like, you know, only 20 years of me knowing people giving me like, you know, a stern look. What do you mean? Like, that's a component of an interaction, you know? Just talk to people, you know? That's it. All you have to do to have a better relationship with women is to interact with them without the assumption that it's going to lead to anything romantic and sexual. That's it, you know? All the issues you have with like male-female romantic dynamics, like the friend zone, that's because you do have sexual or romantic interests, but you're either unwilling to show them or you don't back off after she indicates disinterest, or like, you know, the rejection or whatever. Just be normal. I'm sorry, that sounds so like presumptuous and condescending, but like try to be friends with chicks, you know? There are plenty of social spaces where women are present everywhere, but if you interact in spaces where the majority of the people you engage with are men and every once in a while you see a woman, then obviously you're going to end up falling for her. Like, that's just an exposure thing. You might as well be in a fucking prison and every once in a while like a chick comes in, you know? Like these guys who have a male friend group only interact in male spaces, like do male hobbies with male participants, and then like one chick enters the friend group and every guy there falls in love with her. No shit. Like, play the field, dog. Obviously, you know? Like, obviously that's going to happen. Yeah, it's called the Big Bang Theory. Also, you know what would help you out? You have to accept that much like guys, a lot of women are boring and kind of like fucking worthless to talk to. Accepting that will make you feel a lot better when things don't work out. Rather than treating every woman like some kind of deific representation of pussy or whatever, just accept that they're people and a lot of people kind of suck. You interact with a woman, oh, she was boring, oh, whatever, it didn't work out, fine. Like, that's life. That's not some like giant indictment of you as a person. It's not a moral failing or whatever, you know? You can be the rizziest Rizlord you want. A lot of chicks are just like not going to be your thing. That's not a, you know, crime or whatever. It's fine. I feel like you share this opinion with Jordan Peterson. Oh, who the fuck knows what he believes? There's also the element of wanting respect, male approval for being a cool dude, bro. Look, okay, I get wanting to be masked for the guys, being like a cool dude bro, okay? But let me tell you this, and this is for sure, okay? This is the truth. If you let the way you talk to people you're interested in be influenced by the expectations of your male friend group, you are the biggest pussy in the fucking universe. You are a gigantic pussy. Look, I get it. You're with the boys. I understand. But if there's a girl you like and you're letting like the peer pressure of your dominant masculine friend group interfere with your ability there, you're getting cucked, bro. All your whole male friend group is like running a train on her and you're watching psychologically because you're letting them get in the way. Like, what the fuck, you know? And if they're good friends, they shouldn't be. But to some extent, you know, whatever internalized element of their, you know, there is to that, I guess, peer pressure. It's pathetic, genuinely. Why would I ever bring my girlfriend around my male friend group? Hey, response to that. Why wouldn't you? Is there something wrong with your male friend group? Are they misogynistic? Is there something like weird about them? Like I've had girlfriends and I certainly never had any issue showing them off to my, you know, if anything, you know, I want to point at them and go like, look at these giant bazongas. I squeezed them. That's right. Yeah, boys, you know. I mean, I guess it's kind of like a dynamic thing, right? Like sometimes you just have a friend group of idiots. That's life, you know. If you're really in a relationship with somebody, you should always be sharing friends. Like, maybe not every friend, but yeah, like generally, yes. If your friends don't approve of the other partner or like they wouldn't get along, that is a pretty big red flag. It's not necessarily like a giant moral failing, but I feel like, you know, it just reminds me of that tragically heterosexual tendency that guys have where it's like, you know, weekends are for the boys or whatever, or they call their wife the wife, right? Where they have like two separate spaces and one of them is where they have domesticity and sex once a month and the other space is they have like the boys and just like painfully tragic, you know? It hurts to think about. If your friends are making passes at your girl, they aren't your friends. Yeah? Yes? Yeah, obviously. Hopefully that goes without saying. I mean, obviously, don't be like weird and insecure or whatever, where one of your male friends is like, "Oh, she looks lovely," and you're like, "Get your fucking hands off her!" Like your like best friend since high school is like, "Oh, she looks wonderful," and you're like, "You're not fucking her," you know? Get away! Yeah, square up, motherfucker. Yeah, so don't be a fucking freak or whatever. But yeah, like, you know, if I had a male friend of my partner who made passes at me once. It was weird as fuck. Yeah, that is pretty fucking weird. Sorry, Vosh, but I've already fucked her. Well, that actually is a consistent dynamic in like close friend groups where there's a lot of queer people, where people will be in relationships when other people in the friend group have already been in a relationship or fucked the people who are now in their own relationship. And that is definitely a dynamic that has to be navigated. But, you know, I think as long as people aren't fucking weird about it, it's like, fine. I don't really give a shit. Like, if you have a partner and then like one of the friends of your partner like 4 years ago they fucked with another person and that I think that's very much like a it's as weird as you make it kind of thing. But I guess that's a personal preference. Gays are better, but gays are way better about it, yeah. Because the heterosexual male treats like having sex with a woman as possessing her, so it gets into like property disputes. Agree, Kowalski. How do you talk to someone you're attracted to, like at a loud club type bar? You talk to people at a loud club type bar? Sorry, if you're like macking up somebody or trying to riz somebody in a place like that, that's more of a body language deal, okay? Smile a lot, shout at them, to try to be heard, make a big performative indication that you can't hear them that well, ask if they want to go somewhere quiet, and then aggressively make out with them in one of the little hallways that leads to an emergency exit door. You know, just classic move. You're going to have to move through all the other couples that are like making out, leaning against the wall, or the wall in the alley that leads to the emergency exit door, you know? You just dance? Well, I can't dance, so that's not on the table for me. I'm giving my end of, you know, this is my side of things. I don't really like loud bars anyway, so it's whatever. Too loud. You smell bad, fuck me? This would work on a lot of girls, I know. Vosh dancing arc when? I used to dance Lindy Hop, and I boxed for a while. I mean, there's footwork to that. Yeah, exactly, Vermin. It doesn't take much, you know. It's more of like signs of interest than like any specific conversation. Excuse me. What is Lindy Hop? Just Google it. You did not dance to Lindy Hop? Well, not for long. There was a girl that I liked, okay? This is both the least and most political topic. It's the most political topic. Vosh, is it true that women like the please, 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 or is Twitter lying to me? Lesbians like the please, 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 please. Straight women tend not to. With bi women, it's a toss-up, but I wouldn't risk it if you're a guy, you know? If you're a girl, you might be able to. I want to see Vosh boxing Destiny while he keeps mispronouncing his name. Destiny would floor me in a fight because, as everyone knows, I have a gigantic glowing Resident Evil style weakness in the center of my chest, and he's right at that height, you know? Steven is like biologically optimized to strike my sternum. It would be like over in a second, you know? It would be like Levi against the female Titan. Like, I wouldn't stand a chance, you know? Yeah, fucking, he just locks in, and in his eyes, like a red targeting reticule appears right in my fucking sternum. He evolves to be my natural predator. He enters Vats. Click. Right arm, left arm, head, sternum. Click, 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 click. Fuck. Okay. Oh, this shirt is going to be so comfy once it breaks in properly. What hobby should one get into to meet people, women, whatever? Don't get into a hobby to meet people. Find what you're already interested in and see what, like, in real life social activities correspond to that. If you're into anything like tabletop, video games, like, there are so many cultures that are usually indoors, but, like, there are whatever else, you know? Like, you know, you can meet people. There are plenty of women in tabletop and video games, yeah. I met one of my girlfriends through League of Legends, and she was a freak! Like, what, you know, it's you can do anything, okay? Life is your bowl of popcorn. I don't know. Girls who play League are freaks, lmao. Yeah, that's true. Saying freak positively here, just in case anyone doesn't pick up on that. Yeah. I no longer enjoy those loud clubs all my friends go to, but I don't know where else to meet people. I mean, I'm not in your town. I don't know. But, like, unless you live in an area, unless you're in a town that literally has, like, 3,000 people in it, and if you go to loud clubs, then you're not. You're in a city of some kind. There are things to do there, I promise you. There are sites you can go to where you can find, like, local event spaces or stuff. Like, if you're in a big city, there can be conventions. You can travel out for stuff, you know? Like, look, okay, on days where you don't have any other obligations, every once in a while, I want you guys to treat the day that you have as an adventure. I want you to wake up excited because you're going to do new things that day. I want you to wake up early, you know, like 8 or 7 or whatever. Take a nice shower, and then I want you to go out there and just have a good goddamn time, okay? Go to, just literally, just random shit. Go to this place, go to that place. You Google Maps the area. What's a restaurant here? Okay, go there. I'll have a drink here. Walk around here. Here's a commercial strip. Here's a road that I can walk down. Go there. Here's the thing. There's the thing. Here's a roller rink. Go in a roller rink. Why not? You don't have to spend a lot of money either. I mean, if you got a car, there's gas money, but, you know, whatever. There's always, that's life, right? Everything costs something. You know, just go to places. If you do this once a week, just for a couple hours during that day, if you do this once a week, you will find things that excite you. You will. It is a guarantee. Maybe you live like in a really podunk area, and I'm sorry if you do. Like, there are still ways to find cool things, but it is harder, sure. But you can find cool stuff doing that, you know? You can always do that. From now until the day you die, it'll be an option. I guess unless you're extremely disabled, and I'm sorry if that's the case, but there are still things you can do. Bro, you just described a day that costs like 70 to 90 bucks. No! You don't, does walking cost money? Gas isn't that expensive. It's pretty cheap in America, you know? You can just go to a place. There are places you can go to. Go to a park. Go to a community center. See what's going on. Go to a local park. Go in a community center, walk into the community center, and look at the little schedule they have posted on the little tack board in the wall in there to see what events are going on. Oh, they're doing, Alcoholics Anonymous? Well, you probably don't want to go there unless you do. Oh, here they're doing like this meetup thing. Oh, this, Oh, look online. What events, what clubs, whatever. Pretty much anywhere you are, you can find people doing something. I remember one time I thought, it'd be nice doing a live drawing class. Where can I find a live drawing class? I look it up. I was in LA at the time, big city, but you don't have to be in LA to find this. You know what I found? Just a group of people. At a person's private residence, all painting some naked bitch. Big titties. Great time. I suck at live painting, by the way. Just to clarify, nobody goes to a live figure drawing class to look at nudity. They go there to panic sweat as they fail to draw the human body. It's very difficult unless you know what you're doing, and I don't. It's like getting off to nudity when you're doing live figure painting would be like getting off to nudity as a surgeon. You would have to be some kind of fucking sociopath. But you can find it. I guarantee you can, okay? And this is the key to being socially engaged. It doesn't have to cost money. Yeah, completely, Vermin. Yeah, there are event calendars, even in small towns. There's always something to do. In Elijah, GA, there's a huge Oktoberfest and a week-long Applefest in the fall. That sounds nice. Why would I want to go there? Go where? Go anywhere? I don't know. Maybe you want to sit in your bathtub forever and die. Like, go anywhere? Anywhere at all? Because you're alive. Because you live. You're alive. What do you want? Elijah? Okay. Forever bath sounds nice. Everyone thinks that, and then they get all pruny. Worst comes to worst, talk to your neighbors. That's true. There's an app called The Nudge that supposedly helps you find things to do. I never used it, but heard a lot about it. I've never heard of it, but that sounds neat. I like the name, The Nudge, like nudging you into being social. It's kind of cute. Don't forget that doing this will make you more aware of better date places. Yeah, it's true. Makes you just a more active participant in your local environment. Anyway, hopefully everyone understands what I'm getting at. I do mean this shit, okay? It's important. I'm not speaking lightly of it. An apparent anarchist in the UK got jailed for terror offenses. Were only we all such, committed adherents to our principles? What happened here? Left-wing anarchist jailed for 13 years over terror offenses after declaring he wanted to kill at least 50 people. I remember this section of Capital. The security services uncovered Jacob Graham's activity as part of an investigation into the purchase of chemicals online. It can be disclosed. Getting bad vibes off this one, folks. I don't know. Jacob Graham, 20, from Norris Green, Liverpool, dedicated his manual called The Freedom Encyclopedia, misspelled encyclopedia, classic mistake, to misfit social nobodies, anarchists, and terrorists past and future who want to fight for freedom against the government. Okay, guys, call it. Is he an actual anarchist, or is he just like a nihilistic, anti-authoritarian advocate with no progressive principles? Seems like he was a Unabomber LARPer. Well, keep in mind, the Unabomber wasn't actually an anarchist. The Unabomber was just like an anti-civilization guy. He was right-wing. Graham described himself as the first UK homegrown terrorist. Who says this? What a LARPy thing to say. Also, what about V for Vendetta guy? Guy Fawkes. Well, wasn't he a foreigner? I don't know. Whatever. Security services and career activity, part of investigation of the purchase of chemicals online. When they raided the home he shared with his mother and sister, he had filmed bomb-making experiments in his back garden, buried supplies in a secret woodland hide in Formby, Merseyside. Now Fox was an Englishman? Oh, okay, then I guess he was. There you go. In a document called My Plan, we love a straightforward naming convention. Graham wrote, you really should have done My Minecraft Plan, not really, in parentheses, joking. Really cover your ass in court. Graham wrote he wanted to kill at least 50 people by attacking government buildings and politicians' houses. You know, principled political activists love to make plans based on kill count and not political outcome. That's so true. He also made 138 videos to be released on the day of an attack in which he demonstrated explosives and talked about Judgment Day and standing up for working class people. Uh-oh, 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 a left-leaning sentiment. Uh-oh, we might have to disavow. Uh-oh. On a wall in his bedroom, Graham had started printing out a picture of a car bomb, explaining with the words, "Make politicians afraid to start their cars again." Let's see. On Telegram, exchanged messages with others who shared his hatred of government in groups called Earth Militia, Total Earth Liberation, and Neo-Luddite Action. Oh shit! We're getting more fucking Unabomber shit. Neo-Luddite Action? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think he's a fan of any known influencers? Dude, the internet is wild, man. Aaron Bushnell, like, actively disliked me and followed some left-tubers that also dislike me, you know? Who the fuck knows? Eventually, like, it's all going to boil down to the primordial essence of online, in real-life engagement, and literally every terrorist caught is just going to have some content creator in their watch history. Who would become a crazy terrorist without being radicalized online these days? Can you imagine an offline radicalized terrorist? Ridiculous. Hamas? No, they all watched my videos. Sentencing him to 13 years in a young offenders institution with 5 years in extended license. The judge, Mr. Justice Goose. I'm going to guess that Justice is the title and not the name. Like, in England, they would say Justice Name. Right? But it's also Goose. No, it's just an actual goose. Okay. So those who knew Graham believed he was an ordinary young man with an interest in fireworks, the military, and outdoor pursuits. Administrator of a number of chat rooms, one called Total Earth Liberation, where he shared his bomb-making manual. Graham told police he was left-wing, but more like an anarchist, adding, "I don't like the idea of central control, and I don't really like the military. His ideal government would be the size of Merseyside or Liverpool." What? He said, adding he would support the Green Party and was an environmentalist who did not like monarchy. Did I not say monarchy? Wait, what did I... The military and outdoor pursuits. And he really doesn't like the monarchy. I said military? Okay, understood. Gotcha. His ideal government, blah, blah, blah. He was found guilty by a jury on the 23rd of February for... I want to see one of these videos. No.
It's a nice bit of case.
Left the audio.
100%.
What?
Definitely need chopping, but from my expert examination.
What?
I think it's full tank.
From my active examination, I think that's a full tang knife. What are you doing?
From my expert examination, I think it's full tank.
I mean, the holes in the handle go out to the end of the handle. So you can see they go out to here. I guess you could fake that, but all right.
I think it's full tank.
Okay. I think it's a full tank. No, tang. As in the little metal bit that gets the handle gets put around. Yeah, he meant the drink.
I think the time's coming.
The rosea, holy shit.
I think I'm gonna start preparing.
Okay, so this person is clearly mentally ill. This is not like an actual, as always, it's not like some dedicated, principled, militant activist or whatever. It's just another lunatic who, you know, just ended up, I guess, being more aesthetically left-leaning. Are we sure he isn't 12, lmao? Hey, listen, okay? White boys who are 20 but look 12 is a gender, and no intolerance in this community, okay? No anti-white hatred. Using the term Judgment Day is always a big red flag. If anyone unironically uses the term Judgment Day to refer to a political action, I assume they're a psychopath. I know that, Ikkyo. It's rosacea? Rosacea. Okay. I think it's fair to say I was quite anti-government. I didn't agree with the idea of it, the way certain things were handled, the pandemic, the cost of living. I didn't agree with a group of small people being able to make decisions that affect a mass. Yeah, you'll also notice he doesn't seem to have much in the way of, like, specific ideas. You know, if you're so committed to a political cause that you're willing to be a terrorist over it, you'd think that when you're giving your explanation for your behavior to a court, you would be able to provide something a little bit more compelling than, yeah, I don't agree with, like, businesses and the government, and also, you know, like, things are expensive. Like, I don't know. I feel like I feel like at this point you should have like a big manifesto that you're ready to read out at the stand so everyone can like be convinced by you or whatever. That's the whole point, right? The court heard Graham come to idealize an American terrorist called Theodore Kaczynski. Oh, all right. Well, there we go. You know, I know authors who employ allegory and they're all cowards. Known as the Unabomber, after watching a Netflix series called Manhunt and pledged to finish what he started. Yep, okay, yeah. Yep. From a remote cabin in Montana, Kaczynski carried out a 17-year mail bombing campaign in which he targeted technology academics at universities, killing 3 people and injuring 23. In his document, My Plan, he said he was starting a bombing campaign that would end in a shooting spree. What? What is this? This is incoherent. What? A bombing campaign that would end in a shooting spree? Why? Also, where are you getting a gun from? You know? It's not America. I'm going to attack government buildings, politicians' houses, mass murder those who think it's okay to hide their wrongdoings. Okay, yeah, just the plan was clearly a fantasy. I mean, probably to an extent, yeah. You know, mass murder, a term used often in a positive context in capital. Behind money and power, but you cannot hide from me. I am aiming for at least 50 deceased and any more injured. Any more is a blessing, he wrote. Yeah, just mentally ill. I have constant anger. I am a ticking time bomb. I am not sorry for nothing. Not sorry for nothing? Ikkyo, I know that's the video that you messaged me about. I didn't want to cover that one, though, so I just looked at the channel. I have no interest in hearing Jordan Peterson talk about God. Most of us can't afford to heat our homes. There needs to be someone to fix this. In a video on the 21st of June, Graham took out a machete with a red handle and tapped the blade, saying, machete with a red handle. Wait, was that the knife he was holding? That had a red handle, didn't it? Is that? No, that can't be it. Oh, that's orange. Okay, I was wondering if the article was calling that a machete. Liverpool has serious issues with illegal firearms? Yeah, okay, I guess that's possible. Most of us can't afford it. Can't end my life yet. I have so much carnage to commit. Love this principled left-leaning advocacy. In another video, he threatened to attack Hugh Baird College, which he attended, saying, I'm fucking ready, fucking bring it. I don't care, I'll kill every last one of them. I love principled leftist activists who say cool stuff like, hey, you know, I'm going to kill everyone at the college that I went to. Haha. I remember that part from Capitol. Graham had downloaded a compendium of terrorist publications, including the Mujahideen Handbook and the White Resistance Manual. Pardon me for not knowing the lore on this one. Is this exactly what it sounds like? Hold on. A white supremacist handbook similar to the Anarchist Cookbook, an instruction manual on how to perform illegal activities such as weapon making and terrorism. The book was popular on neo-Nazi sites until it attracted media and law enforcement attraction. Well, possession of the manual is illegal in the United Kingdom. Oh, that's direct. He told his trial he felt like a character in a James Bond or Mission Impossible film or The Last of Us, a post-apocalyptic TV show. This guy isn't left-wing, he's mentally ill, lmao. Yeah, that's my point, basically. This guy isn't motivated by any principled left-wing beliefs. He's just a lunatic who, at the most, has been informed and radicalized by, I don't know, far-left Twitter? Maybe? I don't know. Something like that. The critical distinction here, I think, is that in many cases when far-right activists go out and do lunatic terrorism where they expect to die, they're usually more directly informed by the motives and intentions of that movement. For example, the Pulse nightclub shooting, or that guy who went to in Buffalo and killed 10 black people in the grocery store, the mass murder of queer people or people of color is a part of the playbook for a far-right takeover of the United States. It's Turner Diaries shit. It's Day of the Rope shit, you know? Whereas any sensible person's understanding of a left-wing, even a takeover, even if you want to do the whole-on, like, revolutionary takeover thing, this has nothing to do with it, you know? Like, this is just, like, the exact same pseudo-leftist Unabomber bullshit filtered through. This is a school shooter who happened to pick up on left-wing rhetorical impulses rather than right-wing ones. He said he was doomsday prepping for some sort of possible invasion, civil war. Some sort of possible invasion? Civil war? In the UK? Martial law is possible. Natural disasters are possible. Solar flares, floods? Okay. Just, yeah. Alien invasion? I found his theory. You keep saying stuff like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Oh, right, that sounds like me. Yeah, that's... Well, I guess the lesson we learned from this is that knife definitely had a full tang, probably. Sometimes they fake it, but it probably did. It's not that expensive to have a full tang. What did we learn from this? Tang genders. Yeah. The Irish make the best terrorists. Well, I think if anything, that should be a good point of comparison, because whatever the IRA did that may have been wacky, you know, many such cases, the IRA operated as an actual, like, politically motivated terrorist group, you know. It's not like the IRA was made up of a bunch of school shooter wannabes who were all, like, fantasizing about the day of reckoning or whatever. I mean, some of them probably were, I'm sure, but for the most part, they operated like just, you know, a terrorist group. Like the Taliban or whatever. Well, not exactly like them, but you know what I mean. The IRA was hated even by Ireland. Well, yeah, the IRA, look, the troubles are really complicated, okay? I'm not like an expert on the subject at all. My understanding is that the IRA were the radical wing of a broader movement that was intent on addressing a series of inequalities and political problems that were largely being willfully perpetuated by the British. That the British were willfully obstinate, and after having kept their foot down on Ireland for so long, they were continuing, you know, they were continuing the worsening of the situation, and that it might have been possible for them to achieve better outcomes, like without the help of the IRA. But the IRA were, if nothing else, well, for lack of a better term, a bit of a time bomb that sort of put forward and hastened, you know, the process. That is my understanding. I would have to read a lot more to know any more. Also, per Deadliest Warrior, the IRA would kick the Taliban's ass. Is that a fucking joke? The Taliban, they were the government of Afghanistan. They fought wars. Versus the IRA? Is that a joke? No, it's very real. Okay, well, it's still a joke, even if it's real. No, in a one-on-one fight? What is a one-on-one fight? What's the point of a one-on-one fight between two insurgent groups that both have guns? They don't fight one-on-one. They have, like, IEDs, and they take cracks at each other from a mile away. What do you... That's the whole point of the show. I thought the show was like Viking versus Ninja because it appealed to 14-year-old Redditors. Like, at least in Viking versus Ninja, you have two people actually fighting each other directly. But, like, they're both terrorist member. Like, what is Taliban versus IRA fight? And then it's two people in buildings miles apart, like, laying traps and mines. Like, so what, the question then, I suppose, between the two, like, between the Taliban and the IRA is what happens first, okay? Does the IRA guy walk on an IED, or does the Taliban guy turn on a car? Let's find out, you know? And it's like day 6 of observation. The IRA guy is still holed up in his building. The Taliban guy is still holed up in his building. Also, the Taliban guy doesn't have a car, so, you know. They did an episode of Israeli Commando versus Navy SEAL. Why would you do anybody versus Navy SEAL? Pardon me for my American chauvinism here, but my understanding is that whatever its faults, the American Special Forces groups have sterling reputations for a reason, you know? Navy SEALs won? Okay. I wouldn't want to go up against a SEAL. I also would not want to fight a Navy SEAL. That is true. You know? I'm agreeing with you on this one. I feel like that would be bad, actually. They did Washington versus Napoleon, and Washington won? What? As generals, Washington fought like a 7-year insurgency campaign against the British. Napoleon conquered half of Europe. Or do you mean like 1v1? Okay. They meme a small militia? Whatever. This show sounds stupid. It's dumb. They gave Washington like charisma as part of his win. Against Napoleon. Emperor Napoleon. Okay. All right. Yeah, part of my lore power scaling here. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. You can read their stats and reasoning here. No, I don't think I will. No, that's okay. Makes sense, Dick Butt Woman. Nice name. All right. Okay, let me see what the deal is here. I'm sorry. I saw people talking about this. Okay, listen. Washington would have never taken the crown to crown himself, okay? Washington was a deferential aristocrat with the moderate demeanor to be president after the war ended. Napoleon took the crown and put it on his own head, all right? Washington would not have the riz. This is real, right? This actually did happen. This isn't just something that's been made up afterwards in history, that Napoleon did crown himself. Yes? Okay, just making sure. Actually, one of the coolest things maybe ever in like history, as like big, you know, power plays go. Absolutely insane. Reactionary. I mean, you can say it's cool. Just, yeah. Okay, closing that. Getting distracted again. Getting distracted again. He wasn't a 19th century Hitler either. He liked Jews. Look, he killed a lot of people, okay? All right, let's do politics. He was an imperialist. He wasn't just an imperialist. He was the emperor. An imperialist is someone who wants imperialism. He was the empire. He was the conqueror. He wasn't just an imperialist. This wasn't an ideological front. He had the crown. Sometimes people accuse me of being a little bit, I don't know, like I cover kind of like irrelevant celebrity stuff. I'm very interested in anything that involves the sort of public, outside the politics sphere, normalization of trans people. It's one of the big reasons why, like, Mr. Beast's friend being trans, like, I'm very interested in how, because Mr. Beast, you know, whatever influence he has on YouTube, it's pretty cool that he has a visible trans friend that he defends against a lot of hate online. Totally manufactured hate, by the way. The reason the right wing goes after, it's, what's the name of Dylan, not Dylan Mulvaney. Don't distract me, Orange August. I read a word, I say a word. Is it Chris, right? With a K? Yeah. Okay, I was thinking it was Chris, but, you know, I feel like that would be easy to mistake as a dead name if I did forget, and I don't want you all getting mad at me. Anyway, like, the hatred against Chris is completely manufactured, right? Like, it's not people who are watching Mr. Beast's videos who hate her. It's like a bunch of blue check fascists on Twitter who hate her because they know that it's bad for their side that somebody as massive as Mr. Beast would be defending a trans friend, you know? To that end, I think they go by Eva now. Eva? I'll look later. But anyway, Finster, who is now a transgendered, in the least surprising coming out video of all time, as we all know, apparently the Times doxed him in an article to slander trans healthcare donations. So Finster apparently gave a donation, puberty blocker clinic. I mean, we'll read the article, but look at this. So this is the archive. Puberty blocker clinic accepted 20K pound donation from, quote, sugar daddy. Nice, Finster. Very funny. Gender GP, which privately prescribes hormone drugs to children, can skip the NHS ban on the drugs because it is private. That is how that law works, okay? Sugar daddy, who paid a male YouTuber thousands of pounds to... Let me start from the beginning of the sentence. A private clinic that has vowed to defy an NHS directive banning the prescription of puberty blockers to children. All right, let's start there, the Times. They're not vowing to defy an NHS directive if the directive only applies to the NHS. Am I not wrong on that? Is that not correct? Like, vowing to defy sounds kind of spooky sounding when right up here in the subheader, a private firm does not have this, like, the restrictions which apply to the NHS. Is the Times a turf rag? I mean, it's British media. Accepted a 20,000 pound donation from a, quote, sugar daddy who paid a male YouTuber thousands of pounds to behave like a submissive girl. Okay, I'll admit I'm a little bit taken aback by the opening to this, and I'm going to have to learn more as I scroll through. I'm sure this will be a very fair-minded and unbiased, coverage of this. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Let's figure it out. Okay. Gender GP, run by Dr. Helen Webberley, a GP from South Wales, has provided children as young as 9 with drugs that suppress puberty hormones following online consultations. Love the language again. As young as 9, they're puberty blockers. You apply them when puberty starts. Puberty blockers were applied to children as young as 9 if they had precocious puberty, the thing for which puberty blockers were originally used. That's how it works. Webberley said her company would not be following NHS guidelines. That's because NHS guidelines apply to the NHS, not to a private firm. That's why they're called NHS guidelines and not universal law. Issued last Tuesday, banning the prescription of puberty blockers after medical leaders concluded that there is not enough evidence to support the safety or clinical effectiveness of the drugs. This is bullshit, by the way. I've covered this plenty of times before. The political pushback against puberty blockers in the NHS was just that, political. It did not come from a wave of doctors and research. It came from the Tories and their collaborators, I suppose, furthering and aggressively pushing for their ban for political reasons. It was the same in Sweden as well. We took a look at that, like a whole wave of anti-puberty blocker medical stuff happening across Europe was just a political pushback, not doctors. A loophole in the guidelines means puberty blockers can still be issued by private providers. That's not a loophole. If the NHS bans puberty blockers, that's a ban from the NHS. The NHS is a government entity. It's not a loophole. That's just how the law works. That's not a loophole. This is British media, folks. That's not how a loophole works. A loophole is when there's some oversight in the language, deliberate or otherwise, that allows some sneaky little trick. This is just a guideline for the NHS. Children who want to change gender will no longer be prescribed puberty blockers on the NHS. Nothing here says it's banned. Vosh, why are you semantics lawyering them? I'm not. They're lying. I just want to make it clear how obvious and transparent their lies are. British media fucking hates trans people. It's just like how over here right-wing media had this, like, completely transparent and dishonest unified front against transgender people here in the United States. And then there were emails leaked that made it clear that they were literally coordinating it because there was no authentic journalistic intent. It was just an effort to fearmonger, to prop up the right wing. And lately they've been leaning off it because it hasn't been working, and now they're shifting back into immigration. Like, it's just to be clear, I don't want this to be thought of as like the people writing this article have disagreements, or like there's a difference in opinion, or it's just bad phrasing. They're just lying. A loophole in the guidelines mean puberty blockers can still be issued by private providers. Campaigners have warned that children and parents could migrate from the NHS to online clinics running a, quote, Wild West operation. It's not a Wild West operation. They're just not susceptible to NHS guidelines. As a private company, Gender GP is financed through fees paid by the families of children wishing to change their gender and does not receive charitable donations or public funding. Yes, that is how private companies work. Look at how they're trying to make everything sound so sinister. As a private company, Gender GP makes its money by being paid by their clients. Really? Is that true? As an American, I've never heard of this before. A healthcare provider being funded privately. However, the clinic does accept donations for a fund it's set up to help those who are struggling to pay for their treatment. Okay. Among those who have given money to the fund is an anonymous American donor who gave $25,000 or 20,000 pounds as part of a joint donation with a British YouTuber who he paid to be his online sugar baby, the Times can reveal. Here's a quick question, guys. Of what relevance is this? Is there any actual journalistic relevance to this whatsoever, or is this just a way of basically pointing out, like, degeneracy, degeneracy, degeneracy? The donor, who goes by the pseudonym 10 Muses, gave Finster, a YouTuber from Birmingham with over 500,000 subscribers, thousands of pounds to undergo laser hair removal, wear an outfit with the word Daddy's Princess, words Daddy's Princess written on it, and sit in a child's chair when he disobeyed his commands. Is that a child's chair? Oh, that's the child's chair over here. That's the timeout corner. I see. So we're doing a little bit of Euler kink dono play. You're literally showing the docs, you idiot. Are you a fucking trog? This article was linked by Finster. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. This cover-up operation from the publication from The Times. You know, oh, my bad. Are British people just learning what a Discord kitten is? Yeah, I suppose so. I bet a bunch of people in chat are really fucking, yeah, I really doxed Finster when I wrote this article for The Times. I bet a lot of people in chat are jealous at getting paid hundreds or thousands of dollars to wear the Daddy's Princess outfit, etc., etc. Would I do this for some amount of thousands of dollars? No, I wouldn't. I would do something equivalent to this, though, but it's not like feminization, right? What's a masculinization version of this? I would wear like a burly like flannel with my chest hair popping out, like a big V right here with all the chest hair. And then behind me, there'd be like a log of wood that I would split if I got a donation. And I'd be wearing like jean short cutoffs. You know what I mean? Split one log for every dono. Yeah. You know, I've never actually I've never actually chopped wood. I've always wanted to. And I've been in places where I could too. I go to like a farmhouse and I think like, oh, I'll do that this time. And then I forget and I leave. But I grew up in LA, you know, don't really need to chop wood in LA. I've always wanted to though. It looks fun. It's not hard if you take your time. I bet it's like once you get the technique down, it's probably pretty satisfying. But until then, it's difficult. It's not really about strength, you know. If you ever want to win those carnival games where you get the big hammer and you hit the board and then it knocks the thing up and hits the bell, you know, the strength test, it's not a strength test. It has nothing to do with strength, or at least very little to do with strength. It's about the technique of the swing. And also, you guys want to know a secret? Those pieces of shit are lying to you. The people who do those strength tests tend to be guys trying to show off to girls or other guys. And when the guys go up, they give them the bigger hammer. Girls and children get the smaller hammer. Guys get the bigger hammer. Get the smaller hammer. The big hammer is too big. It interferes with the technique. You don't want to bring it down with your strength. You want to use the natural arc and weight of the hammerhead to accentuate the strength you add to the swing at the end of the swing. They give you a hammer that's too heavy. There's a reason why miners use that technique, or used, I guess, because it's not really done these days, with like pickaxes, you know? And it's the same with chopping wood with an axe. Yeah, you don't like strength your way all the way up and down. You know, bring it down and let it fall with the weight. Too heavy skill issue? No, it's just too heavy. Like it doesn't work properly with the technique, you know? You need it to be sufficiently light so that you can use your strength effectively at the end of the swing arc. Anyway, just a bit of a technique. So if you want to win that shit and you're a guy, get the girl hammer. 10 Muses also offered him money to strip on camera and undergo breast implant surgery, both of which he denied. Wow. Man, 10 Muses is whew. My goodness. You know? Hey, listen, I'm not doing any force fem shit here, but if there are any people watching who are very horny for me, okay, you should donate me hundreds of dollars to ask me if I'll strip on camera, to which I'll say no, but thank you for the money. You know, I'm just saying, you know, you could get a no from me. Like Jordan Peterson said, you have to train yourself in rejection. Finster, whose real name is Jude Howarth, thank you, The Times. 23, initially grew an online following by making videos about computer games. No, so was this entire article just an excuse to dox Finster? Because it seems like that's it. Like that literally, like this was a random donor. This donor also like donated to Finster. Here's Finster's name. That's crazy. The whole point here is just like degeneracy, you know? He began wearing female clothing after telling his followers he would do so if he received $1,000 in donations from them. Having previously described himself as a cross-dressing man, he announced this month he had started taking feminizing hormone therapy and that he uses both he and she pronouns. According to Howarth, his anonymous benefactor is a wealthy American businessman in his 40s who has previously worked as a doctor. Neat. You transition, you get doxxed. That's how it is. When Howard told his followers last year he'd be donating $25K to a trans organization, 10 Muses matched the donation. That's a real ally. Neither the clinic nor Howarth responded to requests for comment. Requests for comment for what? The donation was last year. What? Hey, do you want to comment on how 1 year ago you received a donation from a person who at the time was a cross-dresser? No? Docs. What the fuck? Bennett commented, "You can suck my ass." I happily pledge the entire donation amount again, plus what was matched by my viewer at the time. And for the journalist that asked for my quote 3 hours before the article was released. 3 hours before the article was released. What fucking pieces of shit. My official quote is suck my ass. Yeah, that seems fair. Absolutely disgusting. Probably true, substance soda. So is this not illegal in any way? I mean, I'm not an expert in UK law, but I don't believe it is. It really is revolting, though. Like, this is only being done as a form of reprisal for publicly transitioning. And I mean that sincerely. There's literally no reason for them to do this otherwise. It's just like, it's the same, because it's not like it's the first time this has happened, right? Like, this happens all the time in right-wing media here in America with any kind of like public, you know, trans person or anything like that. It's pretty common, you know? Yeah, the goal here is to fuel the groomer narrative. Hey, did you know that donations were made by a person who cross-dresses and a person who is into cross-dressing as a kink, I assume, the muses person, you know? Wow, did you know that people who have sex lives and have sexual interests and who cross-dress can give money to clinics that offer puberty blockers? Sounds like a degenerate organization to me, you know? It's what a moral failing. Just keep in mind, there's like, this is just a fully like fascist borderline brown shirt shit, you know? We oppose trans people, therefore, how do we attack trans people? Well, I know what we can do. Let's just accuse them of being degenerates by associating them with perfectly normal. And by the way, Finster cross-dressing while being given money by a pay pig, I consider that normal. I don't give a fuck. I refuse to like cede ground to this Puritan bullshit like anybody would give a fuck about this if they were just cisgender people. If there was just, it was a regular chick streamer on Twitch and somebody was like, hey, have $1,000 and wear this low-cut top, nobody would give a fuck. They would be like, oh, that guy's a coomer, haha, look at all that money he's dropping on that, you know, a big titty bitch or whatever. And the girl would just be thought of as, well, probably as like a whore or whatever, which has its own set of issues, but it certainly wouldn't be like a degeneracy thing. At the most, it would be booby girls are ruining Twitch for young men, but that's like a broader thing, not like the Times is going to dox you because you donated to a fucking clinic, you know? It's sickening, really it is. Like, it's genuinely vile. Yeah. The birds outside are so loud. It's springtime. I did see that Roy Omega, as a matter of fact. Finn said that he wouldn't donate to the same org again because he heard bad stuff. Yeah, I don't know anything about the org. I'm not defending the org. I don't really know or care. All I care about here is that this article is transparently dishonest. It lies. Its language is extremely misleading for politically motivated reasons. You know, and what's more, like, it's just reprisal against Finn for existing as a trans person. Not good. Not good. Anyway, I hope Finster's doing all right. The only interaction that I've ever directly had with Finster is the time that I correctly said that Finster must be taking HRT regardless of his gender identity because Finster's skin was so smooth. You know. But, and then, you know, he responded to it and said, no, I'm not. Core blimey. Or something to that effect. I don't really remember. But, you know, Finster seems like a nice person. I don't really have any substantial reason to believe that apart from minor superficial stuff that I've seen, but he seems nice. So I hope he's all right. Okay, 1 second. There's one particular bird that I can hear being loud outside of this wall, and I'm going to apply a technique that I learned in bird management. Oi! Quieted down. There's a window up there. Nope, just a wall. You got a license for that chirping? So, news? News is good. Yeah, this is actually pretty big news, as I understand it. You sound remarkably British. I think everyone should be able to say oi. Is oi not like the domain of all man? I feel like oi belongs to everyone. It's literally just like a single syllable noise. The birds came back. I can hear them again. Ah, whatever. I know how to drown out the noise. I'll have to listen to none other than Wolf Blitzo. What's up, man? Wolf Blitzo, my favorite furry OC. How are we doing? Trump is unable to make $464 million bond. Well, that is a lot of money.
And we're following breaking news just coming into CNN right now. Attorneys for former President Donald Trump say they're unable to get a bond to pay the $464 million fraud judgment, calling it, and I'm quoting now, a practical impossibility. CNN's Kara Scannell is joining us from New York right now. Kara, what can you tell us? Walk us through what this means.
So Trump's lawyers have informed the appeals court today that they are unable to get anybody, an insurance company, an underwriter, to help them post this bond, the $454 million.
What insurance company would front $500 million for that? Are you for Trump, the guy who doesn't pay his contractors? You fucking kidding me?
Trump alone, the rest to cover his sons. And what they say is that they've approached 30 insurance underwriters, some of these big, gigantic companies that you know, and they say that none of them are willing to do it. As you said, they're calling it a practical impossibility.
How do I do this?
You know, one of the reasons that they say is an issue here is that some of these insurance companies have internal limits that they won't issue a bond for more than $100 million. And some of the biggest names that you can think of in the insurance world also will not underwrite a bond and take property, which is what Trump has to put up. They want cash. They want security.
Everyone furiously going back in the VOD. Good luck, soldiers.
Stocks, bonds, something that is what's a liquid, easy to sell asset. They don't want property. And so that is the problem that Trump has run into in trying to come up with this massive amount of money, $500 million.
Yeah, look at this. It's actually pretty goddamn, it's actually pretty fucking funny. Spurned by 30 companies as he seeks bond at $454 million. Do you have any idea how bad it looks that he's like former president scrounging around for that money? Oh my God. This is very, very recent news too. Like a lot of these stories are coming out within the past hour. I wonder if somebody's going to swoop in and save him. Mr. Trump has asked the appeals court to pause the judgment or accept a bond of only $100 million. Oh, do you think they're going to collect? Everyone needs to go to their all of the New York Trump properties with a big like IKEA bag for the fire sale.
You know, these bond companies too, they also want their own I guess you could call it, insurance on it. They want extra money than just what the bond is so that they can, cover this as it plays out. This bond is to stop the New York Attorney General's office from seizing the property while the appeal of the judgment and the case goes forward.
Couldn't he start selling property? Well, that's what he wants to avoid doing, right? Because that would just be essentially the state taking it. Also, he wouldn't be able to get liquid, money from selling his properties within the incredibly short time that he has.
So they've been asking the Trump's team has been asking the appeals court to allow them to not have to post this bond until the appeal is over. They're saying that Trump has properties that are worth more than the judgment in this case. It's just something that the insurance companies won't take. So they're saying that
more than a $500 million. You got that just in your back pocket? Is that true? Is that It's hysterical that he would say that, considering the reason this fraud case happened is because he over-evaluated his properties. So for him to have to post $500,000 in bond over it, and for him to be like, wait, I have many billions of properties worth billions and billions, like when that's already what he's in trouble for. Trying to get out of the $500 million bond by putting forward a 13 million penthouse and say like, yeah, this is $500 million. Here you go.
The Attorney General's team will be able to collect on this judgment if it stands, and they could do so by seizing some of the properties,
yes!
which the Attorney General's office said they're ready to do. But they're still asking the appeals court here for more time, and that's why we're seeing this new information come out today, saying they're unable
yes!
to post the bond of this magnitude. They can't get anyone to underwrite it because it is just a large amount, and particularly a large amount for one individual. Well,
so, Kara, what comes next in this process?
So now it is before the appeals court. There's been
I need this to happen. He has wormed his way out of a lot of shit, but like emotionally, I really, really need this shit to happen, okay? I need his shit to get seized by the government so badly. I need this more than anything else, anything in my life. I would give up water for this, okay? I need this.
On this, it's up to this New York State Appeals Court to decide whether to allow Trump to move forward with the appeal and stop the Attorney General's office from seizing properties, to give them this time to have the court case play out. If the court says that Trump does not get this stay, Trump's side is asking them to allow them to put their ruling on hold so they can appeal to the highest appeals court in New York State. Those will be decisions for the New York Appeals Court to decide. And of course, the New York Attorney General's office has opposed this. They want the appeals court to allow them to enforce the injunction now if Trump cannot post that bond. Well,
please don't wait on the appeal. It'll take so long. I want his shit to get repossessed now. I want them to be scraping the letters off of the Trump Tower and melting them down for scrap and counting them for the cost of the raw steel and brass and everything. Please, I want it. I want it so badly.
All right, Kara, we'll stay in close touch with you. We'll see what happens. A significant development indeed.
Renato, let's start with you because you've represented and prosecuted large real estate developers before. What happens if they can't get a bond?
If they can't get a bond, collection efforts go forward, which first of all can be expensive. Okay, there's a court process where the New York Attorney General is going to be trying to collect that judgment. Could potentially put liens on properties, essentially entering that order into various other proceedings, for example. So that would potentially be an issue for Trump. If he's already got his real estate highly encumbered with loans and so on, having to deal with collection efforts and pay attorneys to fight off collection efforts is yet another problem that he doesn't want to have to deal with.
And his attorneys say that he approached 30 underwriters to back the bond. Does that make sense to you that they would all say no?
Well, in my experience, real estate developers tend to be very highly illiquid. They tend to be highly leveraged. They tend to have all sorts of loans. They might have a revolving line of credit. They may have various loans and personal guarantees out there. However, what I will say is that this is not a complete surprise to Donald Trump. It's not like the New York Attorney General.
It's literally cheaper for Trump to dodge debts than pay them at this point. Well, Trump is literally running out the clock. If first of all, Trump is going to die soon. He's not exactly young. And second of all, if Trump becomes president, this all becomes moot. With the way the Republican Party's been acting lately, him becoming president would basically be the end of his financial troubles because he could use his political power to shield him from basically anything. Like, that might not be the way the law is supposed to work, but that is the way he would use it. And he would be able to use it to that effect pretty effectively. Like, he's running out the clock here. The only chance to harm Trump legally is before he becomes president, if he is going to become president.
Case happened over the course of minutes. It happened over the course of years. And Trump could anticipate a potential judgment. And the fact that he hasn't prepared by refinancing and selling properties and so on suggests that he may be less wealthy than he is prepared.
Yeah, because he can't sell his properties because he would still keep the fucking loans. He's been running on gas for ages. Why do you think the GOP has been paying for his legal bills to the extent that they have? He does not have liquid cash at all. He might have properties that he's overrepresented the value of, but he's leveraging them on so many things that he can't just get rid of them, you know? Like he's effectively he's running the real estate mogul equivalent of like 50 mortgages. It's ridiculous. If all this stuff got like taken by the government, he wouldn't have nothing. He would have significantly less than nothing. In all likelihood, he would have hundreds of millions or billions of dollars less than nothing, because all of that leveraging that he's done, it wouldn't go away. And he's not able to like leverage anymore, it seems, and nobody's willing to bail him out. It's a gigantic like house of cards that he's been stacking for decades, and like he can't alter it anymore. If he adds any more to it, or if he takes anything more away from it, it all falls apart. I need this to happen.
Train himself to be.
Oh, on that note, thank you for teeing up Kristen Holmes, who covers the Trump campaign for us. Kristen, you know very well that a big part of Donald Trump's identity is how wealthy he is. And the idea that he can't pay this money, I mean, it wouldn't be out of this world for you or I or most normal people. Not
Saudis and Russians. So there are problems with the idea of Donald Trump just getting money to bail this out. First of all, Donald Trump is obviously corrupt, but there are always limits. And I think that even for Trump and the GOP, if he suddenly received $500 million from an anonymous source right before, or I don't even think it could be anonymous, right? Because the money would have to be, like, the disclosure of the money, considering how much financial scrutiny he's under, like, it would be known who gave him that money. If it was from some Saudi or Russian, like, shell company or whatever, like, there are points where it gets so shady that it would be a political liability even to Donald Trump, as I understand it, you know? And you also have to factor in the ego, right? Donald Trump and his team has been looking for loans to cover the bond, not for just full payment, right? It would interfere with Donald Trump's image as a self-made man to literally get bailed out by another wealthy person. It wouldn't matter. They don't care. Some people would care, and it would matter to some people. But I think a lot of it is just it would make him look weak. Yeah, it would make him look weak, you know?
To pay $500 million and not to have that lying around in our bank account. But it might be different when it comes to how Donald Trump thinks he's perceived.
Yeah, and Dan, I just want to start by saying that you should know that there are a lot of Trump allies who watch your show, and they've been texting me with the argument of, one, most billionaires are not liquid. This is not that surprising. The other argument saying this is about the insurance companies, this insane amount, this is their words.
Yeah, but most billionaires are capable of leveraging their assets in order to cover the a loan to help them pay, right? Like, yeah, most billionaires don't have billions in liquid cash they keep in the bank, but it's pretty unusual for a billionaire to be turned down by 30 loan agencies.
Not mine. In terms of the bond, these insurance companies can't get that much money, that much collateral. So there is an argument here among Trump world. But as you know, Donald Trump himself has painted himself, his entire image, not just politically, but also before that, his brand on being a billionaire. And that is why this case was so personal for him in the first place, was the idea that everything he had built was essentially on a lie, it was fraudulent, that he wasn't really this rich, that he had inflated those numbers. That's why you saw him so fascinated and so intent on being part of this case, sitting in that courtroom, listening to these various witnesses, because it is to his personal brand. It also goes to his political brand. This idea that I built myself up as a billionaire and I could do that for you too goes away if you can't afford to pay this kind of money.
And let me just go back to Renato on this.
I wish she would also add that it's pretty fucking uncommon for somebody as wealthy as Donald Trump supposedly is to not be able to leverage their assets to cover this, you know?
Because you did mention that most real estate developers are not liquid. They can't just write a $500 million check. I think that is probably true for most billionaires, although I don't certainly have that experience to really know firsthand. But if they have assets, the question is, you kind of said maybe if he prepared, he would start to sell things off. I mean, is that a real possibility that he might have to do that?
I genuinely think at this point, if he sold off everything, first of all, if he starts selling off stuff he owns, how would that be functionally different from the government just taking it, apart from him getting to choose what gets taken? I also don't think he has $500 million in assets at this point. Like, the extent to which he's leveraged these properties, like, for every property he sells off, he's also opening himself up to the problems with him having leveraged those properties, right? He can't because all of his assets are under control by the 14th district. Well, in New York at least, right? But like properties outside of there, he could potentially like sell off. But he's probably leveraged those too. Can you explain what it means to leverage your asset? Basically, like the normal way this would work would be like Donald Trump would say, "Hey, I have a building that's worth $1 billion. I need money now. How do I get money now? The billion that the building is worth, like I can't. That's not like cash, and I don't want to sell the building. What do I do?" And then what most people in that position would do was they would leverage the worth of that real estate asset or any other asset to get a loan, to get money from another source, and to say, "Hey, listen, okay, I'll pay you back for that loan. Don't worry, okay, old buddy, old pal. Okay, I'm going to get you that money back, all right? And you know how I'm going to pay back this massive loan? Because I'm staking this gigantic, shiny billion-dollar skyscraper on it." That's usually how it works. Donald Trump has been doing that for decades, and he's only been accruing more and more and more debt recently because of all the costs associated with campaigning and legal fees, and now this bond, this massive, massive bond. Add that to the fact that the reason this bond is being issued is because he has overvalued his assets, and I think he's fucking underwater, dude. Yeah, I think he's hosed. The only help here that he can get is from the outside. I don't think there's any magic he could pull with his own assets that would allow him to clear this. It needs to come from somewhere else, you know, and even then there are issues with that.
I will just say that in other circumstances, other matters that I've handled, that is what's happened. Essentially, real estate developers refinance properties, sell properties, do what they have to do to get cash. Now, candidly, I've never been in a case where a real estate developer needed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions. It's only been in the tens of millions, but nonetheless, for those real estate developers, it was a very significant ask, right, to come up with that kind of money.
Yeah.
If your net worth is in the hundreds of millions, and so, but for Donald Trump, nonetheless, he could have anticipated this and sold a property in the midst of the New York Attorney General's proceeding. And I really would say one of two things is true here: either he doesn't have the wealth that he suggests he has, or he didn't plan whatsoever.
Here, you know, I'm looking for stuff on my other monitor here. This is from the Seattle Times, so I'm repping local, I guess. This is about campaign cash, but in the context of Donald Trump having this massive bond to pay, you know. Brian Ballard, a Republican lobbyist, fundraiser, and Mar-a-Lago member, said Trump was incredibly engaged in the political money fight. The Biden campaign has more money than the Trump campaign at the moment by quite a bit, as I understand it. Trump formed a new joint fundraising account with the National Party and roughly 40 state parties, calling in the Trump 47 committee, allowing him to directly raise money in chunks of more than $800,000. A splashy dinner in Palm Beach is being planned in early April to fill the new account's coffers. Early April isn't soon enough. One person familiar with the planning said donors have pledged more than $25 million. Keep in mind, this is campaign money, not Trump paying his bond money. Trump is concerned about the fundraising gap between his orbit and Biden's. Those he told advisors he believes he and his allies will raise what they need. Some top donors remain hesitant. Among their privately expressed concerns is a fear that large donations could wind up covering Trump's legal fees, even as his advisors have publicly said the RNC won't do so. Trump's main super PAC has, as of January, refunded more than $47 million of the $60 million it had received before the 2024 run began to Trump's PAC, which is paying Trump's lawyers. See, this is one of the big weaknesses to the GOP. A huge amount of fundraising money is getting bled into Trump's massive financial liabilities. And a lot of donors don't want to see their money getting used to pay off the debts of a financially incompetent billionaire.
was so blind to what was occurring that he essentially left himself in a position where now he's going to incur significant costs and hassle and
I try to stay at least a little bit disaffected so that I don't get let down when the big funny doesn't happen, but I really need this to happen, guys. I really, really, really need this to happen. I can't be disaffected with this one, guys. I need this to happen. It's very important to me. When selling a leveraged asset, there's usually an agreement in the contract who's the first to receive the discharged asset, similar to bankruptcy. This likely means he does not have a single asset he could sell. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for a lot of the leveraging deals that he's made probably include provisions which mean that if he had to sell it, the proceeds of the sale would go instead to the people he's leveraged it to, you know? Very, very possible. Trump killed a resolution earlier this month that would have kept the RNC donations from paying for his legal fees. You're kidding. Trump loyalists have completely infiltrated the RNC. So, like, it looks like they're trying to turn the entire fucking national political apparatus into a fundraising device. They're not going to get many donations if every donor feels like 90% of their money doesn't go to the campaign, but is instead going to pay down the massive legal fees. The RNC failed to earn enough support from states to bring a resolution to ban paying former President Trump's legal bills to a vote. Jeez, that's grim. Oh, man. He only received co-sponsors from 8 out of 10 required states to bring the resolution to a vote. Laura Trump previously said she would spend every single penny of RNC funds to re-elect her father-in-law to the White House. So, Laura Trump, who's been endorsed to serve as the next co-chair of the RNC, a Trump family member being the co-chair of the RNC. Jesus Christ. Is saying, yeah, all the money will go to campaigning, but also, you know, let's make it still possible for us to pay down his legal debts. Oh, I'll take a look at those links in just a second. Trump's campaign advisors have said he won't ask the RNC for help with his legal bills, but according to federal elections filings posted in January, the former president's fundraising committee spent nearly $30 million on legal fees in the second half of 2023. Jesus Christ. Bloodbath at the RNC. Trump team slashes staff at committee. Donald Trump's newly installed leadership team at the RNC on Monday began the process of pushing out dozens of officials. More than 60 RNC staffers that work across the political communications and data departments will be let go. Yeah, burn! Burn, baby, burn. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Strip down the... Afuera! RNC campaigning team. Afuera! Comms team meant to help win the election. Afuera! You know, messaging and advertising for the election. Afuera! Everything will be stripped down so that Donald Trump can pay his fucking legal bills. Oh my God. Those being asked to resign include 5 members of the senior staff. They're pushing out senior staff at the RNC. Guys, these people are like the fucking blood and bones of the ability for the RNC to operate nationally. These are the people who know what they're doing. Some vendor contracts are expected to be cut. In a letter to some political and data staff, Sean Cairncross, the RNC's new chief operating officer, said the new committee leadership was in the process of evaluating the During this process, certain staff are being asked to resign and reapply for a position on the team. Oh, God. They are literally doing the thing. Vosh, isn't this kind of scary, though? Like, RNC staff will be replaced by roving gangs of Mad Max far-right Nazis? No, because the RNC staff are competent. Trump, like, hardcore MAGA Trump people are incompetent. That's the whole thing. The only reason the RNC is powerful is because right now there is a synthesis between the old blood of the RNC, which is procedural, competent neocons, and the new blood, the MAGA group, which is lunatic, deranged, but populist and popular. And you need both of these for the GOP to succeed. If you get rid of the procedural element, if you get rid of the competent people, have you seen how incompetent the MAGA groups are? Like, broadly speaking, they don't even get anything done. Trump got very little done in his term in office. For all the power he had, he mostly just got like a bunch of executive orders put out that were immediately overturned when Biden took into office. Like, he didn't get much done. They're not competent. Fascists aren't competent. Yeah, Trump's loyalists, Trump's lawyers are loyalists and not very competent. If they lose 2024, they lose pretty much forever after. I agree. I don't think that like winning in 2024, winning this year is the end of fascism or the end of the GOP, but it's definitely the end of Trump's GOP. He's going to be buried in debt. He's going to be washed. It's over. Like, this is it. This is the final hurrah. For Trump, I should say, for Trumpism, because he's just too old and too buried in debt. Obviously, the underlying power systems and other people who are very far right, I mean, that still exists. Trump's campaign took over operational control of the RNC on Monday. And yep, there we go. Laura Trump was elected as co-chair. Outgoing speech from Ronna McDaniel.
It is a little bittersweet to be with all of you here today as I step down as chair after 7 years. We cannot put our head in the sands and ignore abortion and the Dobbs decision. Many of our candidates chose to ignore this issue and not talk about it. And the RNC was a leading issue, urging candidates to talk about this issue head on. Go figure. I'm a suburban mom. I might have some opinions on this issue. I authored a memo in the summer of 2022 highlighting how we win on this issue when voters are faced with a decision between a Republican that supports exceptions and reasonable limitations.
Basically, what she's saying right here is, please don't be a lunatic who advocates for total abortion bans. It's really politically unpopular.
When a baby feels pain, and a Democrat who supports no exceptions, no limits, not even when a baby feels pain. Too many candidates, and specifically their consultants, scoffed at this advice and ended up paying the price on a...
Yeah, well, she's right on that one. Trump's advisors have described the RNC structure as overly bloated and bureaucratic, which they believe has contributed to the party's cash woes. Yeah, Trump advisors have a better idea for how we should contribute to the party's cash woes. The RNC only had about 8 million at the end of December, about 1/3 as much as the DNC. Under the new structure, the Trump campaign is looking to merge its operations with the RNC. Key departments such as comms, data, and fundraising will effectively be one and the same. Guys, do you understand what this means? This is like kind of unprecedented. The RNC and Trump are literally like fusion highing. There's no longer an RNC and Trump who they're trying to wrangle. It's being ceded entirely to his team. Yeah, the lunatics are taking the wheel. I think this is to our benefit, like massively. It really does seem like the Trump team is a parasite. They're not competent. They're bleeding money, like hundreds of millions of dollars. The amount that Trump is going to need to pay for these legal troubles exceeds the amount he would have been expected to raise in campaigning. I mean, there's so much debt to pay. And they seem interested in just, like, I think this is just another big grift. He's effectively, he's selling off the RNC basically. Like, in one final hurdle, one final effort to keep himself out of prison because he wants to die a free man, he might just end up liquidating the entire RNC and turning its entire fundraising apparatus into a way of staying out of prison, keeping his properties. He wants to die with his, he wants to die free and with all of his land, still technically his. This is such good news. I'm so happy right now. Gutting a committee just before the election sounds insane, said a former RNC employee. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It really, really does. Trump and his allies scramble to close fundraising gap with Biden. Concerns have grown among top Republicans and their allies. Trump is spending too much political money on his legal bills. Yes. At the end of January, Biden's campaign had $56 million in cash compared to $30.5 million for Trump. The DNC, which is fundraising as part of Biden's campaign, had $24 million in the bank, almost triple held by the RNC. A Washington Post analysis of filings by Biden's campaign and joint fundraising found that they had 172,000 unique donors. So Trump got a big spike in donations when the indictments piled up in August, but Biden has now outpaced him in number of monthly donors, and it's probably only going to go up with time, whereas Trump's is probably going to have spikes but might level otherwise. Also, the DNC is spending a lot less money. Like, a lot less. Here's the amount of cash on hand per time. Here you have 2020, where you can see that elections are very expensive. But notice how even at the peak of available currency held by the RNC and DNC, it's around 100 million. Donald Trump owes $500 million in a bond. The maximum amount of money that the RNC and DNC had on the eve of the largest election in U.S. history in terms of voter participation had about 1/5 the amount that he needs to pay one bond. I need this to happen so badly. You guys really can't fathom. You have no idea. About 23% of spending by Trump's affiliated committees in 2023 went to legal fees, which are expected to climb this year. Two committees now dedicated largely to paying Trump's legal bills, Save America Leadership PAC and Make America Great Again PAC, spent over $55 million on legal bills in 2023. Save America alone spent about $3 million on legal bills in the first month of 2024. Oh my God. The former president has agreed for more than a year to do 3 to 5 hours a week of call time with donors, stunning some advisors who know he has historically avoided the practice. He regularly writes personal letters to donors, signs thank you notes, and sends hats to those he speaks with. Oh my God. He's so desperate. Holy shit. He's doing fucking outreach himself. The Biden campaign is taken to mocking Trump's money struggles. Hell yeah. Taking one out of the old Vaushite playbook. Maybe you should manage your finances better. Hey. Let's go. Biden really said Trump's a broke boy, you know? Poor couldn't be me. Yeah, Kowalski, I don't really know how they get out of this without either a very favorable ruling from the appeals court with regard, or like holding off on the bond payment, which I don't even know the extent to which they could do that or for how long they could do that. Or somebody has to literally just drop a bunch of gold bars on Trump and just give him the money like flat out, you know? Whatever he ends up doing, I'm not really sure. Is this a good sign for the November election? Yes. Can the RNC file for bankruptcy? Is that a thing for them? No, not really. I mean, I guess they could, but that's not really on the table here. The RNC hasn't taken on debt. They're just spending the money that they're fundraising on Trump. Biden pardon incoming? Yeah, that's true. In order to help the nation heal, Biden is going to pardon Trump in these trying times. No, I don't actually believe that. I shouldn't say that. There are Twitter lefties who unironically think that's going to happen. I remember that after Trump first got slapped with some of these court cases, that there were some Twitter lefties being like, Biden will pardon him or whatever. Like, why would that happen? Couldn't Jared Kushner pay it with the billions that he got from the Saudis? There are complications with that. Also, keep in mind, when people get billions, those billions aren't in liquid currency. Those billions are usually tied up in deals, debts, or assets. For example, you know, if you give Jared Kushner, say, just off the dome, $2 billion worth of stock or their shares or whatever in a given company, or like a part of an asset or whatever, him selling part of that off for liquid currency might not even be possible. For very large amounts of money, it's entirely possible that any big sale like that, like, it can't even be done just to get money. It's like a whole legal thing. There can be provisions that prevent you from selling it, you know? Generally speaking, the more money you need to move, the harder it is to move in liquid form. That's the reason why there are people in America who have tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, but the DNC and RNC are operating with hundreds of millions, you know? Because oftentimes the amount of money that people has is just a abstract representation of their ownership of a variety of assets, you know? Like, Elon Musk has a lot of money because he owns Tesla, but Elon Musk can't just liquidate Tesla in order to get the cash to do a lot of the stuff that you would need to do otherwise. It's one of the reasons why he took on debt when he bought Twitter, even though he theoretically had the money in non-liquid form. Yeah. The Saudis didn't give Jared just $2 billion, like literally in cash, like in briefcases or whatever. It was in deals and assets and so on. So you're saying all money above 100 million is basically just fake? All money is fake, but money that isn't held directly in your hand in bill form is super double fake. Okay, that's my position on this. A good bit, Fabi. Okay, well, you wanted politics. That was politics. That was pretty good news, huh, too, right? Like, hey, when was the last time we got news like this, you know? It's nice. I knew about the Laura Trump, you know, co-chair bullshit. I knew that they were, like, taking over the RNC. But the, like, synthesis of he needs to pay $500 million, he can't find anyone to front the $500 million, he can't sell any of his assets, they're all tied up in, like, exceptions, or he's already leveraged them a bunch, so he literally legally can't. Plus, he's, like, gutting the RNC. It's like, man, fuck. Fashion win. Nice try, but no. When we get to the end of the stream and I read donos, though, for those of you who didn't see it from last night's stream, I finally acquired my The Anthology oatmeal sport jacket, and it's basically the most beautiful item of clothing that I've ever owned, and I would love to show it to you, but you'll have to wait for the end of stream to see it, okay? Or just watch the VOD from, you know, last night's stream. But I would prefer it if you stuck around. Anyway, we're not actually done talking about Trump. This Trump guy, always finding his way into the news headlines, I swear to God. Just nice to have some good news for once. If you're watching the stream and enjoying it, by the way, if you're not subscribed, I strongly recommend you do so. There is an ancient Egyptian curse that does harm people who watch my videos without subscribing. I can't do anything about it, honestly. It follows me. It's hurt a lot of people, and it could hurt you, too. So just, you know, return the sub. Yeah, be careful. I think this is the one that I'm thinking of.
It was a week that began with President Biden and former President Trump officially clinching enough delegates to secure their party's nominations.
What a surprise.
Setting up a November rematch that many Americans say they don't want. We'll hear from some of those dissatisfied voters. But we begin this morning with the latest inflammatory comments by former President Trump on the campaign trail.
This is the right one, right?
The contrast between the two candidates on clear display. And the general election is just getting started. Straight from his private jet to the podium, a free...
Do you think the private jet is also an asset he's leveraged? Because he probably has. Like, he actually probably has leveraged the private jet, too.
Wheeling speech by former President Donald Trump last night in Ohio. It began as many Trump rallies do these days, with a song by the so-called January 6th prison choir.
Please.
I didn't know about that. That's a piece of information that has escaped me. Maybe I missed it in the past or just forgot. I did not know about the January 6th prison choir.
Rise for the
guys, how obvious this would literally be like Hitler becoming a politician after leaving prison, and it's like his campaign song is like the beer hall putsch, you know, ensemble or something, where a bunch of people who all got arrested with him all like, come, oh my god, dude.
horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
Made up of those serving time for storming the Capitol.
Yeah,
Trump
really?
framing them as hostages, patriots.
You see the spirit from the hostages, and that's what they are, as hostages. The first day we get into office, we're going to save our country, and we're going to work with the people to treat those unbelievable patriots.
But that
Okay, ABC, just give me the fucking...
was just the
Don't give me this. I don't want this. Fucking frog moding up in me.
beginning. Trump stoking more fear about migrants at the southern border.
To the damn
Trump
clip.
at one point saying
Don't
they're
be
not
sure.
people.
I don't know if you call
Why
them people. In
spoil?
some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say. These are bad. These are animals.
And what?
Okay, I thought they would show like the clip and not cut away after 2 seconds or whatever. I'll try to find a better clip. But yeah, no, we're fully getting to the like explicit dehumanization as opposed to the implicit dehumanization. Can I just give me the clip? Is this the clip? 5 News? 5 News. Do journalism, please.
Tonight, former President
Animals, okay? Is the radical people.
as political violence. Skylar Henry reports from Washington.
I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say.
The radical left, you know, often argues that you shouldn't call migrants literally not human beings. That's true.
Former President Donald Trump kicked
swear
up
to
a
God.
firestorm as he described some migrants during his weekend rally in Ohio.
These are bad. These are animals, okay? And we have to stop it.
The Republican president.
No, this is news. This is news. You can't just show the damn clip. Kicking up a firestorm as he quotes Hitler exactly. Literally, like, I hate news. Just where's the clip? Where's the clip? I swear to God, man. This is the link. Thank you. Biden HQ, did he post this? I guess it makes sense that he would. This isn't the right link. I hate you. I hate news. I hate you. I hate all of you. Can never just, you know, you find something, it's like, oh, no, I don't need to go look that up. It was like a big news thing, you know? I can just like look it up. Trump not human quote clip, whatever. And then what do you get for it? You get this shit, you know? Yeah, fucking 2-second snippets. Give me the damn speech. Is this it? Is this it?
Donald Trump is ramping up the rhetoric in November. Industries.
A bloodbath for the whole. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. I don't think you're going to have another election in this country. If we don't win this election, I don't think you're going to
He's been watching my streams. That's my rhetoric, except when he wins.
have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful.
The former president also used harsh language about migrants.
Harsh language. Don't you love your news euphemisms, you know? Like, literally, Adolf Hitler could be alive today doing the whole fucking spiel on, like, Romanian Jewish people, and the news would be like, you know, Hitler kicks up some controversy today with this, you know, hot speech of his.
Saying he doesn't consider some of them to be people, later calling them animals. Without evidence, he said...
Aaron Rupar thread about it. You're welcome. Thank you, Aaron Rupar. I should just go to Aaron Rupar first and foremost. You know, he's one of the best, like, you know, clip chimps of them all. One of the best of them. One of the strongest and most powerful of the clip chimps, you know?
They're in jail for years, right? Young people, they're in jail for years. And if you call them people, I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion. But I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say. They say you have to vote against him because did you hear what he said about humanity? I've seen the humanity, and these are bad. These are animals, okay?
Excuse me?
humanity, and these are bad. These are animals, okay? And we have to stop it.
Excuse me?
These are animals, okay? And these are bad.
How?
These are animals, okay?
Is that the Twitter
and
player?
We have to stop it. We can't have another Lincoln. We have so many people.
Another Lincoln.
We have so many people being hurt so badly and being killed. They're sending their prisoners to see us. They're bringing them right to the border. And they're dropping them off, and we're allowing them to come in. And these are tougher than anybody we've got in the country. These are hardened criminals.
Lakin, right.
And we've got hundreds of thousands of them. And we're not going to take it. We're just not going to take it. They are destroying our country.
It is remarkable how, I don't know, how rapidly the language is deteriorated. I've been covering this for basically the whole time I've been streaming, so I've seen as Donald Trump has gone from, like, alarmist rhetoric on immigration to white nationalist dog whistling to just, like, flatly... Remember when they're rapists and criminals was, like, an exceptional thing that he said? That's not exceptional anymore. Like, not even a little bit. They're rapists and criminals. That's like the gentle kiss of a summer breeze compared to they're not humans, they're animals. It's going to be a bloodbath, you know, like the language.
He should never have been in our country, and he would have never been in our country. Never, ever would he have been in our country if the election weren't rigged, because we didn't allow people like that into our country. We didn't welcome them, and they knew it. You know, does anybody like the snake? Do you know the snake?
What?
I don't know. I can't even hold this. I can't even hold this sucker in this wind, but we'll give it a shot. Do you mind? Let's do it. Because you know what? It's as I'm discussing this, and on the...
He sounds really bad. Like, he sounds like he's dying live up there.
Understanding that we have no teleprompters, at least let me read one little thing here. But this is a metaphor. Most of you have heard it. People love it. It's a very accurate metaphor. And it's about our border. It's about the people we have coming in. And don't be surprised when bad things happen, because bad things will happen. And we're going to get them out fast. We're going to have the largest deportation effort in history. But with all of that, we've got ourselves a problem. When you have 15 million people, many of these people are people that should not be allowed into our country.
100% of them are criminals, I'm told. Yes. Ignore the data that says illegal immigrants commit fewer crimes than native citizens.
On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake.
Because Mexicans are snakes.
I saved you, cried the woman. I saved you. I saved you. And you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous. Your bite is poisonous.
Okay. So this is like the parable of the frog and the scorpion? I wanted to hear the whole thing, man. I wish the whole clip. I wanted to see all of that. Aaron Rupar, I take it back. You're a shitty clip chimp. Yeah, it's the parable of the frog and the snake, basically. A frog and the scorpion. The direct invocation of white nationalism is just scary. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking blatant. He's also literally just saying that migrants are animals who will poison you. Like, there's not... The euphemisms are fucking gone. Trump addresses President Xi and promises 100% tariffs on certain imported car. Wait. I love economics, folks.
The border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. No, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars.
But American car companies also have plants in foreign countries to avoid paying American workers. That's not really a China thing. That's a company thing. Yeah, and there are non-American car companies that manufacture in the United States.
I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole...
Oh, there we go.
That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
It'll be Chinese cars everywhere. Any Catholic that votes for this numbskull is crazy. Whoa! Christian on Christian violence.
Frankly, and what's happening with the Catholics? The Catholics are under siege. Any Catholic that votes for this numbskull is crazy because you are being persecuted. You are being... Now, I'm being persecuted, I think, more than anybody, but who the hell knows?
Fuck, he's so funny. He's so fucking funny. Oh my god. I'm gonna miss him. You know, there was a political point that I was trying to make. I feel like I got lost a little bit in the sauce because Trump is endlessly entertaining to watch. But the point that I was trying to make, I think, if I trying to reach out and remember what I was saying, the point that I was trying to make was, you know, Donald Trump is reflecting, I think, a broader shift with the GOP, which is a detachment from trans issues in particular. It seems like now when trans issues come up in GOP parlance or in their propaganda, it's part of a broader like sexual degeneracy thing. The trans angle specifically has not been that effective for them. You know, trans people aren't like a ethnic group that's invading or whatever. It's just kind of difficult to really turn people's interests against trans people when they're not that common and they don't do anything. They just post cringe online and wear cat ears or, you know, whatever. Invent new sexual positions. Like, it's not, there's not much to work off of there. Whereas, of course, with the, you know, with an immigrant base, you know, at the very least, there is like a large economic issue there. Whether or not you think it's good or bad, it is a significant thing. So it seems like the language has shifted way back to immigration. You know, I don't know how, I guess, effective that's going to be, but there are legitimate problems at the border, and not all of them are being answered by the Democratic Party, you know? I don't think that the solution to the problems that we have right now with immigration are going to be fixed by being a fucking fascist. That's not my proposed solution, but there are, at the very least, like, matters of import down there. I don't really know what the Democrat strategy is apart from buying into GOP rhetoric. It seems like we don't really want to spend the money that would be necessary to fix the issue. So that doesn't work to our benefit. Yeah, this was linked a second ago. Latinos shift towards Trump, land at the center of the 2024 campaign. Donald Trump's rising support has turned many Latino voters into swing voters. Nice. %33% of eligible voters in California. Good. Get us more nice taco stands. Hell yeah. Good food. Yeah, they're social conservatives. A lot of Latin people who come up into America are social conservatives, yes. You know, and likewise with their descendants. Also, worth noting, the Democrats don't really do that much to offer Latin people, like, at all. This was a problem that Hillary Clinton had, too. Like, one thing that the GOP does to specifically appeal to Latin voters is by being anti-illegal immigration, they play up the value and importance of legal immigration. And a lot of legal Latin immigrants resent the idea that their reputation is being denigrated by all of the illegal immigrants who come up, you know? Also, think of it from their perspective. It's not just that they're ladder pullers, okay? For a lot of the Latin people, especially in the south of the United States, they are relatively poor, they do work hard, and they get treated now more so than before, at least, because it's sort of like a recurring topic, or they feel they're being treated, I should say, as part of just the Hispanic wave. They want to differentiate themselves from the undocumented immigrants, and, you know, as a way of doing that, they think that Trump would be better on the border. Of course, he wouldn't be, but, you know, the Democrats don't really offer Latin people that much, apart from not being racist. But that's not really offering Latin people a solution. That's just not being racist, which I feel like is kind of the low bar, you know? Didn't Hillary do well, like Obama margins with Latinos? Didn't the issue the Dems started having with Latinos start like ramping up in with Hillary? It might be because Bernie Sanders did really well with Latin people during the primaries, so it might be like a contrast against him. Another thing that I don't really understand is that the Democrats, due to a lot of institutional entrenchment, have done a pretty good job of making the black community feel like an intrinsic part of the Democrat establishment. The same hasn't really happened with the Latin community, you know? Like, the Democrats have, even if it's largely performative, been pretty active in, like, trying to present themselves as being, you know, an inclusive group that black Americans are, like pretty well a part of. But the same hasn't happened with Latin people, which is odd because there are more Latin people than black people in America now, aren't there? I'm pretty sure. Maybe. If not, it's pretty close. So, yes? Okay, yes. Well, Latin people is a very broad block, Dream Canoe, to be sure. HRC won Hispanic 65, 29, 2016. Then it was really Biden that kicked it. Why is Biden specifically so bad with Latin people? I mean, there were probably a bunch of speculative reasons. I wonder what would make him worse than Hillary Clinton. Oh, whatever. Because Biden is black, not Latin. True. All right, we got to take a look at that Don Lemon Elon Musk thing. But before that, somebody linked this. What is this? Oh, wait. Actually, I got to pee real quick. Hold on. I got to pee real quick. Then we'll take a look at this, the Young Turks thing. Yo. I like that Vosh has a nice professional shirt on, but then off camera he's just got shorts and bare feet. First of all, I'm wearing slippers. Second of all, this is a chambray shirt, not professional. It's workwear. Well, kind of. Work at home attire. I mean, this is basically denim. There might be a polling bias there as well, funny rhetorician, because well-off Hispanic people might be more likely to respond to these polls than people who aren't. What's the difference between professional and workwear? Workwear is something that you might wear at like a construction site or lumberjacking or doing any kind of physical job. It's like jeans, parkas, heavy durable clothing meant to be pretty indestructible. Usually very like gritty. There's not very shiny materials. It's usually like very practical, warm, durable, and they tend to look good when they're dirty or scuffed or even damaged, which is why you can find a bunch of old like work coats from the 1960s that still look good today because they were built tough and they look good worn. Whereas professional wear gets more into like the broader scope of like Oxford shirts and, you know, I mean, depending on whether you're doing like business casual to anything like business proper, whatever, you know. All right. That's funny, Sherlock Smoke. It's so often like that. Vosh needs some Dickies and Carhartt clothes. Carhartt? It's a Carhartt beanie that I'm wearing when I'm Tim Cool. And I've gotten Dickies before, but I don't know if I like the ones that I got. Is chambray cotton? Yes. It's like denim, which is also cotton, but chambray is more thin. I need some, like, nice work boots. Yeah, a local thrift store has a bunch of, like, vintage Carhartt jackets. I need to get one. Dickies are wide in quality range. Yeah, that's true. They just have a lot of high-waisted pants. All right. It's hard for me to stretch properly in this because it's a little bit tight, but I like it tight. I love it tight. All right. What is this and why was it linked to me?
Do you think President...
Was that as loud for you as it was for me? Because that was pretty loud for me.
Should be immune from prosecution for things they did in office?
He hasn't been... Not that loud? Okay. Not that loud to you. Okay. So I was the loud one. Okay, yeah, okay.
Been convicted of anything.
Hi, Anna Kasparian. I think you're the cutest. I love you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
There is a lot to unpack in that video, Cenk.
Well, that's nice. You know, that's nice.
Apparently, a member of MAGA loves me, thinks I'm cute. That guy not so amused by it. Whatever.
Yeah, but the Trump fan that Michael was interviewing speaks for the country. Whatever.
Does he?
No, I'm kidding.
But you know, well, I got a little bit of love there, Cenk. A different MAGA supporter at the same rally had some choice words for you.
Well, what would you say was racist about Cenk? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Cenk. Yes, absolutely. I just realized that he's not like pro-America. He's
hate I hate the lip syncing on anime dubs. You know, really distracting.
pro his policies, and he has this like superiority that doesn't benefit all Americans. So when you see like these regular everyday Trump supporters, whatever, the majority of these people are people that make less than $50,000 a year. So these aren't like racists that are holding anyone back or holding the system down or whatever. These are everyday people that.
Okay, we'll break his logic apart here. So I don't know what a person's income has to do with them potentially being racist or not. Also, Republicans are on average wealthier than Democrats are. There are certainly a lot of Republicans who are poor. They shouldn't be Republicans. I don't know why they're doing that. They should stop that.
That are getting up, working 60 hours a week, trying to put food on the table. Right now, what's going on in America in the last 4 years or 3 years or whatever, groceries have doubled. Rent has doubled. So even...
Okay, there are problems, but they haven't doubled. And what are the Republicans doing to address this? Because the Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act and it worked.
For the people that are living in the backwoods in the country, living modestly right now, they're struggling while their jobs are continuing to be exported overseas. So right now across America...
Wait, what? We have a very robust job market right now. It's very easy to get a job right now. So wait, they live in the backwoods, rural areas, but their jobs are getting exported? What time period do they live in? The 60s? I don't feel like this guy knows what he's talking about. It feels like he's just regurgitating some of the more like economically populist positions he's heard talked about and regurgitated, but he hasn't thought about how this applies, you know?
We have all this shortage of housing because we don't want low-income housing. We don't want apartments.
Wait, you want more housing to be built, but you're Republican. What does this guy believe? What?
Etc. People like your host, Sink, are very against that, you know, when he lives in his elitist neighborhoods.
Is Cenk against building new low-income housing? Is that a thing that he's against? Maybe. I don't think so. That would surprise me.
Breaking news, Cenk Uygur declared a NIMBY.
See, oh, well, I guess he is. Anna Kasparian confirms.
Yeah, well, not exactly. Well, I was declared a racist, though. The reason Michael asked that question is because he said in the beginning, that Cirque or Sank or whatever, he's a racist. So Michael's like, how is Cenk a racist? So let's break it down. So number one, he said, I'm not pro-America. Mm-hmm. He's pro his policies. Mm-hmm. Am I supposed to be pro someone else's policies? Isn't that kind of how things work, that you're pro your policies? Doesn't that also mean you're pro-American because you believe in freedom and the right to believe whatever you want? So is he racist because he's pro his policies? A lot of mainstream media don't give you honest news.
Hey, Don't you fucking sell me. Get out of here.
To say he didn't quite get there with the way that he said it, right? But I think what he's referring to, no, not at all. But I know what he was referring to because he immediately jumped to the reason why he supports MAGA, right?
Yeah, I will be clear, by the way, when it comes to stuff like the YIMBY-NIMBY divide, it has much more to do, I think, with people's wealth on an individual level than it does their broader political affiliation. Liberals and conservatives alike both tend to be pretty bad about any kind of new development if they have the money to oppose it, basically. Yeah, NIMBYs just tend to be wealthier, you know? You can, if you go find like young, poor conservatives in a rural area, I guess, I think it's not like some random fucking MAGA dude who's 26 years old in some small town in Tennessee is going to be like, yeah, they shouldn't build more apartments and blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't care. It's purely like a regional thing. Yeah, homeowners versus renters, and homeowners tend to be older and wealthier.
And I think what he was trying to say is, look, as a black voter, people feel that we as black people are obligated to vote for the Democrat, you know? And I know that that's something that really bothers conservative African Americans in the country who usually vote for a more conservative candidate as opposed to the Democrat. And
I do wonder about the rhetorical value of that line, because obviously being black and a Republican is fucking idiotic, but being black while being being white while being a Republican is also idiotic. Being a Republican is idiotic, right? Like, there are degrees of idiocy, but I guess there's this extra layer on top of like, oh, you're a double idiot. And it's like, I mean, I guess maybe, but I don't know how effective that is in pushing the point, right? Like, Republicanism, the ideology of the Republican Party. Okay, I'm sorry. Republicanism does not mean the ideology of the Republican Party. Republicanism is its own thing. I just mean the ideology of the Republican Party is not one that benefits anyone in the long run because of stuff like climate change. Even the wealthiest people in the world would benefit more from Democrat policy because Democrat policy at least acknowledges its existence and heralds in some kind of solution to climate change, which ensures future stability and would allow the systems that keep them wealthy to persist. Literally nobody benefits from, the GOP's policies. At the most, there are short-term gains held by wealthy people. But even that, I mean, like, you know, you're gutting out your future, basically. Everyone's voting against their interest. Bad policy is bad policy. So they don't believe in climate change? No, the average person in the world who has enough money to, you know, be considered a part of the capital class, I think, believes in climate change. They just don't care because they're self-interested and stupid. Like, business people do this all the time. They gut out companies they own for very short-term profit. Like, it's just not a rational system. So maybe it would be a good idea to not, like, immediately bulk every time a person is conservative while also being a member of a marginalized group, you know? Oh, you're a black conservative, you're a woman conservative, you're a Jewish conservative. I think points can be made there, but maybe it's like, maybe it's not enough, right? Maybe like that's like a weaker angle and other angles should be more focused on. I don't know.
You know, I've seen like a lot of comments toward them that's, you don't do this, but I've seen a lot of comments from people that are kind of degrading toward black voters who happen to be conservative, you know?
Well, it depends on the situation. So, look, the stuff he said after we got past the racism is legit critique of Biden, legit critique of the system. And I bet you if that guy watched the show for a while, he would begin to realize, oh no, these guys are anti-establishment. And so I misunderstood them. And we might still massively disagree on things, and we certainly would, right? But a lot of right-wingers and independents that watch us go, oh, people have been lying about these folks. These guys are like, tons of people on the right assume like, oh, we just blindly.
Yeah, but Vosh, it's more that they're minorities and have the audacity to be open supporters of the groups they openly. Okay, let me put it this way. If you meet a person who is a black conservative, and I don't mean like Candace Owens, some like soulless grifter who would say or do anything for her paycheck, okay? I mean a person who is black and who is a conservative because they believe in the ideology of conservatism, you know? If they believe that, I don't think you're going to get much by convincing. You're not going to get much rhetorical weight out of going like, whoa, you're conservative and black? You know, like, or being a, you know, fucking idiot about it. I feel like you can ask questions, or you can make pointed comparisons, or you can ask them how they feel about this or this, or you can sort of try to get them to explain why they think it's better for black issues, which I've heard the arguments from conservative black people before. There's like 3 arguments and they're all bad. But you know, you still have to hear them out. Whereas if you come across presumptuous, it makes them feel even more entrenched in the belief that they're being like sort of ignored for being black and a conservative, which might further their perception that Democrats are the ones being racist to them. Because when a black conservative talks to other conservatives, those conservatives are like, ah, no, man, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. We just love you and your conservative values. My brother, can I say that? Can I touch your hair? No? Okay. Haha. And then when they talk to like Democrats, the Democrats are like, wait, you're a black conservative? Wow, haha, that's crazy. And they feel kind of like, I don't know, ignored or downplayed or denigrated or otherwise not taken seriously. And that might further their perception that the Republicans are the ones who take them seriously, which, you know, yeah, it's condescending. So it's not like you can't say anything there. It's just, yeah.
Support the Democratic Party. That means you've never watched them into the Young Turks, right? So in terms of, you know, he said Cenk thinks he's superior. Why? What does that mean? Like, so the idea, like, there's an irony in what he's saying. You have to be pro my policies in order to be pro-American, and Cenk doesn't understand that my policies are superior. Well, brother, you're doing projection. You're doing the thing that you say that I'm doing, when in reality, there is no show on the left that takes what MAGA is saying more seriously than we do. And we get a lot of heat for that, right?
Oh, yeah.
To like, how dare you treat them?
In fairness, you shouldn't take it too seriously. It's not like conservatism isn't idiotic. It's just like, well, how do you most effectively convince people out of it? No centrist bullshit here, you know? Conservative talking points are the regurgitated warbling of billionaire-funded propaganda networks. Very little substance to them. So I don't think you should take it seriously any more than you need to meaningfully push back against the talking points. That's it, really.
As human beings and listen to what they're saying and see if they make any sense at all. So if you're new to us and now you're a Democrat and you're starting to worry,
what advertising to me?
No, guys. You can actually listen to people who are who's on the other side politically and go.
Calling someone dumb is the dumbest way to get them to convert. Yes, true. But keep in mind, when I debate people, if I did debates anymore, can you imagine? If I hypothetically did debate people, you know, the point of the debate isn't to convince the person I'm talking to. It's to convince the audience that likes the people on that side of the aisle. Calling a person an idiot will never get them to change over to your side of things unless they're some kind of very specific sexual submissive. But if a viewer idealizes or sort of like really, really likes a conservative pundit, and then you call that pundit an idiot, you might do so in a way that challenges their image of unshakable, correctness. You might like bring them down a peg, and that can be effective. So it's really a matter of like the time and place. Unless they are a huge idiot. Well, I mean, it always varies. It's tough to change people's minds, you know? But for the most part, when changing people's minds, conservative or, not, it's not so much about debunking any specific point. It's about finding what underlying feelings they have that lead them to the point they hold and trying to adjust those, you know? Like, for instance, most conservatives don't have a given position on immigration because they have all the logical data on immigration and its effects. If they had the data, they wouldn't be anti-immigration. So it's not that. It's usually like an underlying emotional concern, a feeling of civilization lost, that we might be losing control of something important to them. Something like that, you know? You have to identify that feeling and address it directly. That's more effective if you're one-on-one with a person, because I wouldn't really try to do that when debating a person, because if I did that, it would come across like I'm trying to psychoanalyze them to an audience, and, it's a variable thing. You have to find the best way to manage every given situation. But you always have to hear them out, right? I'm not saying you have to take them seriously, but if you can't hear a person out, you can't even debunk them that well.
Hey, I wonder what makes them tick.
Right.
I wonder what drives them. Why are they so angry? So the rest of the media and the Democratic Party says, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just shut off your mind and call them all racist, etc. So again, another piece of irony. He's calling.
I don't think that's necessarily true because they're not mutually exclusive. You can hear out Republicans and try to hear out their positions and why they feel the way they feel, and also acknowledge they're racist. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. I don't think those are mutually exclusive. Remember that excellent article on the mind of the MAGA voter? Remember, that's what the video was titled when the editors released it, I think, where it was that guy had this incoherent jumble of beliefs. Yeah, the hog brain. Yes, exactly. You can do both. You can understand and also be a little mean sometimes. Though it's not mean to call racist racist. That is an accurate identification of what they are. That's fine.
Calling me racist, even though they hate the idea of calling other people racist, right? That are MAGA. So we're not in favor of shutting off your mind. There's massive actual issues for average Americans, their income, their standard of living. 40% of the country can't afford a $400 hit to their bottom line. Just $400, it bankrupts them. That's a giant percentage of the country. So we think that the politicians are corrupt. I
think the data on that is a little more complicated for what it means exactly for not being able to afford such and such emergency. I think that there are some technicalities there where it's oh, okay, well, it would send them into this level of debt or they would have to borrow to cover it. Though I just to be clear, I think that's largely a semantic difference. Meaningfully, you could always borrow more money, at least up to a point, but it's still bad.
A lot that the populist left and the populist right agree on, especially economic issues. Now, if you watch mainstream media, they're like, don't agree with MAGA on anything, otherwise you're racist, sexist, misogynist.
I don't think this is true. This is 8-year-old out-of-date talking points, you know? On what economically populist issues do left and right-wing people agree? I mean, sure, there's stuff like bring down inflation, but okay, sure, left and right people agree the sky is blue, fine, right? But in terms of meaningful economic issues, what positions? Really? Because there are some right-leaning people who will say that they're in favor of better lives for the working class, but there's a lot of asterisks there. For one, they don't actually vote in line with that belief, and for two, they often advocate for it in a way that's a little, let's say, exclusionary to the other racial groups. I don't think this is true, right? When does this even come up? What contingent of the right wing is meaningfully pushing for better unionization, better workers' pay, and welfare programs, provisions to the poor? I know there are some individual conservatives who believe that, but then they vote in contradiction of those beliefs. So, I don't know how meaningful that belief really is if it's not being reflected in reality, I guess.
Et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, we're not sellouts who are oh yeah, now we think Republicans and MAGA are awesome. And we think Donald Trump should steal and lie and rob us instead of the corporate Democrats. No, brother. Trump has totally hoodwinked you. He's just as corrupt, if not more corrupt than the Democrats.
Trump is obviously more corrupt than the Democrats. Come on. Come on. We don't need to equate. Yeah, insane way of saying that. We don't need to equate here. He's hilariously, contemptibly, cartoonishly corrupt. Everything he does that could be corrupt is he does. They're saying that for onboarding? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and look, I personally am at a point in my life where there are some good points made by voters on both sides.
Oh no.
And we shouldn't dehumanize or devalue.
Okay. I'd like to know what some of the points from the right are, because if you look at right-wing media, it's literally just immigration and trans groomers. Yeah, right-wing people have the right position on bonus holes, I guess.
To someone who doesn't agree with us or isn't part of our political group or part of our political ideology, we should hear them out if they have important and substantial, substantive things to say. And I think.
But right, sure, but you have to provide an example of that, because otherwise, when you say that, like, I have to wonder what you mean by good points and what points you're referring to. What about less foreign wars, maybe the end of liberal hegemony? There is no political party that wants the end of liberal hegemony. That's like too broad of a thing. But less foreign wars? I mean, we're not really involved in a war right now. We're being interventionist and we're supporting Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, but Republicans also do that. So I don't really think, like, that's not really something the GOP has a one-up on. This might be the sort of thing she's thinking of. Remember all those smash and grab videos of store theft? Now meet the suburban housewife and her husband behind an $8 million nationwide shoplifting ring. Remember when Anna Kasparian participated in a fear-mongering campaign about organized shoplifting that ended up being entirely based on the testimony of a collection of multi-billion-dollar transnational corporations that ended up getting their information from a single testimony provided years before by a cop that ended up being non-representative? And it was such a departure from reality that the Walgreens CEO had to apologize and say that no, actually, like, organized shoplifting represents exponentially less of our breakage than was previously. She still talks about it. That's crazy. What smash and grabs? Crime is a figment of our imaginations. Guys, I think she's still washed. I'm really sorry. Like, it really, really subverts her credibility as a journalist. Leaving aside the trans bonus holes, whatever the fuck, like, getting caught, getting, like, roped in by corporate propaganda that easily, being a loud advocate for it, and then not disavowing it when even they back off of it is pretty crazy. Whatever. I guess the position that Anna Kasparian agrees with on the right is the concept that crime exists.
That gentleman, you know, despite what he had to say about you, the heart of his message about the economic anxieties is an important message, and I think it resonates with voters across the political spectrum.
I agree the anxiety does, but what is the GOP doing to fix it?
And so, look, Michael Shore interviews a lot of different people who attend these MAGA rallies. Some of them unfortunately say things that sound unhinged, and to be quite frank, I'm kind of sick of seeing those videos because I don't think that that's representative of everyone in the MAGA movement. But, and to Michael Shore.
Wait, really? You don't want to see videos of fascists saying openly lunatic shit because you don't want them giving the Republicans a bad rap? Are you doing their propaganda work?
Credit, he also interviews people who have really interesting things to say.
No, we do a great job with it. And so
that was a perfect example.
No, and I'll tell you something, okay? The world is not binary. It is not black and white. So
yeah, they really are doing the CNN bit, man.
We show you the MAGA guys who are totally nuts, and I don't mind saying it. My job is to be honest with you guys. We've interviewed, at this point, maybe hundreds of MAGA guys who are on a different planet. They want to murder, some of them want to murder Joe Biden. Some of them say, Jesus should rule the country and Trump is Jesus. They say the most lunatic things you've ever imagined, okay? At the same time, we interview MAGA guys who actually are heartbroken over what's happened to this country, and they're not racist or sexist, and they're not crazy.
Okay, then why are they voting GOP? Because if a person isn't motivated by any kind of bigotry and isn't crazy, what about the GOP do they think makes it, like, what fixes those problems then? I feel it's just so weird because, like, Cenk and Anna are both very seasoned political commentators and journalists, and they're making, like, middle school grade mistakes when it comes to political analysis, you know? It's not a matter of, like, if you reject the idea that you can't listen to MAGA voters, which I think you can listen to them, you should listen to people in order to critique them, right? Like, you have to. But then you don't have to, like, reject that logic and then jump over to the other side and go like, okay, so then that means actually that there are good points on both sides and blah, blah, blah. Whatever. I think specifically being MAGA too makes them insane on its own. Oh no, I do believe that being a conservative is a kind of insanity. I do believe that, because if we're sort of like, euphemistically employing the term insanity like some kind of departure from reality. Look, the Democrats do and say a lot of fucking bad stuff. I'm not denying that, and I'm not covering for them. But you can vote for the Democrats for reasons that are logical. There are reasons that make perfect sense, even if you have positions with when it comes to like climate change or like equitable treatment of different groups of people, or even stuff like unions. Like there are angles you can take to vote for the Democrats that it's like a rational, like one-to-one, like this makes sense. But that just doesn't exist for Republicans. It doesn't. The only real way you can rationally vote for Republicans is if you have an irrational bias. If you're racist, it is correct that voting for Republicans will better front your racist interests, you know? That's a logical extension of an illogical bias. But you know, if you're not motivated by racism or sexism, what are the underlying issues, right? Is it immigration? Because like, hey, listen, we'll talk about immigration data, you know? I'm familiar with the data. We can talk about it, you know? Like, what is it exactly? You still think Trump's going to bring back manufacturing jobs? Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's always some flavor of wrong. There's just no getting around it, you know? We have time for another segment. Guys, I'm not happy about this one, but I have to admit to a personal failing. I feel like a little bit of a coward in covering this in the way that I'm about to. See, Don Lemon, a man with a very memorable name, kicked off the Don Lemon Show recently with an interview with Elon Musk, who was meant to be one of the sponsors for the show, you know? And he did an interview with Elon Musk, and afterwards, Elon Musk dropped support for the show, and Don Lemon posted a video to Twitter saying, who dilly, you know? Elon sure does get a little salty sometimes when you ask him questions. That episode finally got posted. It's almost certainly copyright. Maybe it's not. If it's not copyright, if I find that out for sure in the future, which I don't know and you don't either, so don't pretend you do, maybe I'll cover the whole thing. Look at the titles. Look at the chapter headers. News on Twitter, Donald Trump endorsing a candidate. The new Tesla Roadster, all boring, fine. Relaxation in video games, okay. Tweeting and drug use. The Great Replacement Theory. Content moderation. DEI. Trans rights and the woke mind virus. And then following all of those subjects, advertisers on Twitter. So, a Tempest, it only just came out. You know, so my understanding then is that this is probably a very funny interview. Let me support my belief that this is a very funny interview. Elon Musk suggests that his prescription ketamine use is good for investors. From an investor standpoint, the Tesla and SpaceX CEO said, if there's something I'm taking, I should keep taking it. Here we have the two combatants dueling in the marketplace of ideas. Look at that. It links to the Twitter version of the video. It's on Twitter and it's on YouTube. Of course, Twitter's video player sucks. You know, nobody likes using X videos. In a new interview, Elon Musk said prescription ketamine has been helpful in treating his occasional depressive episodes. Now, keep in mind, first of all, wealthy people can get prescription anything. Second of all, from what other people have said, his use of ketamine is not occasional, and suggested that taking the drug has been beneficial for investors in the companies. Musk, speaking with former CNN anchor Don Lemon in an interview that was posted online Monday, claimed that he takes a small amount once every other week. This is a lie. There are other people who have worked at Twitter who have broadly discussed just like full on, yeah, like mainlining K, you know? Every addict says the same thing. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, what's that whitest kids you know bit where Timmy's at the doctor and the doctor's like, you know, how many hot dogs did you have today? And Timmy's like, I had one for breakfast. And the doctor's like, did you by chance stop at the hot dog stand outside of the doctor's office before coming to see me? Yeah. Did you have a hot dog? Yeah. Did you have 2 hot dogs? Yeah. Did you bring a hot dog with you from home while walking to the doctor? And anyway, yeah, basically that. Fuck, whitest kids you know was so funny. Rip in peace, Trevor. Yeah. Ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind, the Tesla and SpaceX chief executive told Lemon. That's medical advice he's offering all of you. Musk was asked by Lemon whether ketamine could get in the way of his government contracts and his standing on Wall Street. Musk said no, then echoed language he's used in the past to explain his drug use. From the standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. He originally mentioned his ketamine use on Twitter because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. I was joking when I said it was medical advice. I haven't read the article. Okay, fantastic. That is medical advice from the wealthiest man in the world, everybody. In case you're wondering, Elon's drug use is so bad he was almost considered a security risk by the Army and NASA. Yeah, yes, we've covered this. His security clearance, has been threatened multiple times by this. The Wall Street Journal reported last month that Elon uses ketamine, a controlled substance, at parties. This is what people do when they use ketamine, maybe once every 2 weeks. Sometimes even less than that, by the way. They do it at parties. This is how you can tell, that a person uses drugs very infrequently, when they're doing it at parties. NASA and the Air Force previously investigated Musk for smoking pot. That's funny. I like that. You know there's some like buzz cut lunatic, sociopath, West Point, fucking Pentagon guy, who's like genuinely thinks that a person could get reefer madness and leak state secrets or something. Elon could, but not for the weed. That's a prescription party drug, excuse you, lmao. Yeah, true, sorry. My God. Lemon was fired from CNN last April. Twitter said that they made a deal with him, but then they dropped the deal. Ketamine fucks bad with your bladder. 100% Elon is going to be wearing diapers soon. Like it's bad for that when taking a lot. Really? Huh. That seems odd. Yeah, maybe he's already using diapers. Who knows? I mean, literally, who knows, right? I don't know. One of the things that I have to watch out for when taking ketamine is my bladder. I use it on a prescription for depression. Are you doing a bit? I don't care. I don't care. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? I'll need to confirm later. Oh, wonderful. The Washington Post, 5 key moments from Elon Musk's interview with Don Lemon. I love it when they give me the rundown. If we can go over the full thing, we will, by the way. But until then, ketamine for depression is a real thing. I don't know. I just have Adderall and lithium, okay? I've got my own thing going on. I don't know. I don't know anything about ketamine. Link to the damn thing on Twitter instead of YouTube. Musk resists responsibility for hate speech on Twitter. But this is coming in the wake, by the way, of Elon Musk like banning everyone who mentions Stone. What's his name again? Stone Toss. I was thinking Stone Musk because of Elon Musk. Stone Toss's docs. And then he followed Andy No right after he posted docs of other people. Like he abides Andy No, but he's banning people for posting Stone Toss docs. It's just very, very flagrant. You know that meme where they say you can get unbanned from Twitter by posting in the unban request, I was mass reported by Antifa for my free speech views? You know that? That's a real thing. I literally have like shitposting friends who repeatedly get out of Twitter bans by doing it. It actually works. Which means that Elon Musk has given specific instruction to the unban team to just unban people who seem right-wing, you know? Like, seriously, it works. When Lemon brought up instances of racist and anti-Semitic content on the platform, Musk argued such posts didn't violate Twitter's standards. I think we have responsibility to adhere to the law, Musk said, adding that if a post is illegal, we're going to take it down. To remove posts that don't break the law would mean we're putting our thumb on the scale or being censors, he argued. Hold on 1 second. Let me Elon Musk request. Under Elon Musk, Twitter has approved 83% of censorship requests by authoritarian governments. Elon Musk accepts far more censorship requests than the previous rulers of Twitter did, like by far. You know, Jack, the previous Twitter team, they were a lot more aggressive about fighting back against what they considered to be unjust requests for censorship. But like Elon Musk was literally banning people for criticizing authoritarian governments, like with Turkey and India, yeah. So just always remember that in case anyone tells you that Elon Musk is a free speech warrior. He was banning people for being critical of Erdogan in Turkey, and when he was called out for it on Twitter, his response was, but if I didn't do it, Erdogan said he would ban Twitter in Turkey. What choice did I have? Not only defending kowtowing to a dictator, but also openly stating what his price is for threatening. Musk suffers from depressive episodes. So would I if I was him. Musk described his meeting with Donald Trump. I'm curious about this because it ties into Trump's fundraising issues. I'm going to ask about Musk recently reported counter. Happened by chance. Musk said it happened by chance while he was having breakfast at friend's home in Florida. So Donald Trump was gathering a collection of ultra-wealthy Republican donors, and you just happened to be in town. You, a billionaire, happened to be in town when that happened. Okay, gotcha. Great liar. When Lemon pressed for details about what was discussed, Musk seemed flustered and waited a few moments to respond. You know it's bad if the Washington Post is editorializing like this. Let's just say he did most of the talking, Musk said. He declined to specify what they spoke about, except to deny that Trump asked him to contribute to his presidential campaign or help pay his legal bills. Musk said that he does not plan to pay any or to donate to any candidate's campaign. I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily. He did not rule out the possibility of endorsing a presidential candidate, adding that he's leaning away from Biden. Wow, what a fucking mystery your politics are. America needs to move on from racism, Musk, apartheid emerald billionaire, said. He argued the country should move on and not make racism a constant subject. Fuck, what's his name? Morgan Freeman argument, that's right. Of late, Musk has been retweeting posts that promote misinformation about the intelligence of racial minorities. Yeah. I remember that. Is this the video that discusses it? Hold on.
I need you to see this. Elon Musk is spreading a very specific kind of racism on the internet right now.
Elon started retweeting some of the most prominent race scientists.
Will Stancil! This guy's out there in the fucking trenches day by day. He's really annoying, but you know what? I think he's our guy. He's really, really annoying, but he's also really funny, and I think that makes him our guy, okay? He's a warrior.
There was like nothing. No one. Chuck Schumer met with him after that. He is like the sort of patient zero for a lot of stuff right now.
Elon seems to really like this account. They've gone by a few names on the platform, but they share extremely racist content that argues that black people are innately intellectually inferior beings. We actually settled this debate generations ago, but Elon Musk is helping to bring it back.
Meet Louis Agassiz, a Swiss-born American biologist who believed that the races developed separately and were of different origins. In his view, Negroes were of the, quote, lowest grade of humanity.
Look at this graph. It shows the follower growth of this account over time. And many of those peaks that you're seeing are the moments when Elon Musk engaged with them over the last few years.
Yeah, I don't go over this like every time it happens, but just so you know, Elon literally replies to open neo-Nazi and like scientific racism and white nationalist accounts every single day. And it's not just like, oh, he doesn't know. He searches for them and finds it and then he agrees with it. Yeah. It's happened hundreds of times.
Simple response from Elon gives a fringe account like this one access to millions of users, drawing greater attention to these destructive ideas and earning this account tens of thousands of new followers. This page is part of a larger network of race science advocates on Twitter.
Tyler Durden 9968 or whatever that was.
People who use out of context IQ data and cherry-picked examples to make gross sweeping statements about entire groups of people. And Elon Musk gobbles it up, pulling his audience of tens of millions of followers down the rabbit hole with him.
So yeah, if Elon Musk wants to stop making racism a constant subject, maybe he should not do that. We are all descended from slaves, Musk said during the interview with Lemon. Is that true? You and him both equally? Literally apartheid South African white man, ultra wealthy. Remarkable. Well, not everyone was a slave, Lemon corrected, adding that it was insulting for Musk to suggest that people who experience racism or discrimination should just move on and ignore the past. Musk rejects the idea that the buck stops with him. What? The most tense exchange in the interview arose when Lemon brought up Musk's previous statement that Twitter advertisers could kill the platform with a boycott. Several advertisers left the platform over concerns their ads were appearing alongside anti-Semitic content and other hate speech. Not just several advertisers, by the way. If you are using Twitter, then you know fully well that the only ads you're getting these days are like drop ship stuff from Temu getting bot spammed at you by 1 million accounts that all have blue checks, or by like mobile game ads. When Lemon suggested the company's suspension of their advertising was a form of free speech and that Musk might bear responsibility if Twitter fails, he grew frustrated. You said, if they kill the company, it's them, but doesn't the buck stop with you? Lemon asked. Musk appeared rattled. Don, I have to say, choose your questions carefully, he responded. There's 5 minutes left. We need to get Elon Musk to do more interviews because the impression that I've gotten is that he's barely fucking stable. It seems like, because like Donald Trump rarely does interviews with people who are oppositional, but when he does and he gets frustrated, he just calls them an idiot and leaves. Elon Musk is too autistic to like respond with the sort of Chad nonchalance of Donald Trump. So he actually starts getting like flustered and falters, you know? He breaks down. More people need to do this. What the fuck was that? I don't know, man. Elon's a wacky guy. I really hope this ends up clearing the content ID check so that I can cover it in its entirety. When Elon had his go fuck yourself meltdown with advertisers leaving in a New York Times interview, he looked like a non-functioning mess. You mean the interview where he didn't shave properly and had a patch of hair right here, which is something that only could have happened if he had shaved himself incompetently, and then multiple studio techs and makeup people had been shooed away from him by him because he didn't want them touching him because he's weird? Incredible stuff, really. So yeah, I'd say good news all around with regards to our least favorite billionaires. Yeah, and the CEO did a horrible job afterwards, too. This is Don Lemon's statement after canceling the exclusivity deal. And keep in mind, Elon Musk was so embarrassed of the results of this interview that he canceled the deal he had with the Don Lemon show. Vosh, I love how you hyper-focus on those details. It's so catty. It's not. It's a big deal. Like I said before, if doing a New York Times interview as the wealthiest man in the world, missing a portion of your beard while shaving is insane. You don't just go out there after shaving yourself, you know. An entire team of people looks over you. The only way they wouldn't have caught that is if he pushed them away. He shooed them away, you know? Like, imagine you're going to do like a gigantic live performance, and because you're a fucking wreck and a ketamine addict, you don't shave properly and you look like shit. And then, of course, it's time for makeup to go over you. There are multiple people whose job it is to oversee, to make sure that you look presentable for television. They would have caught that instantly. Why didn't they? Because he didn't want to be seen by them. And I mean, hey, if he doesn't want to be seen by them, that's his right. It's an interview. It's not like you're doing a television show, you know? You're not wearing a costume. It's insane. It's indicative of a level of psychosis that I haven't ever seen at that level before, and I'm not kidding. No, Chuck DeSloth. Boris Johnson just had mussy hair. He didn't have a patch of unshaved beard on his jaw. Elon Musk cancels the partnership I had with Twitter. Apologies for the new show. Full support. Digital Town Square for all. There were no restrictions on the interview that he agreed to, and my questions were respectful and wide-ranging. We had a good conversation. Clearly, he felt differently. Our conversation will be available on YouTube, where you listen to podcasts, and wherever you listen to podcasts and Twitter. This will be the first of many episodes in the Don Lemon Show. I don't really like Don Lemon that much. That being said, it seems like he actually held Elon to the fire to some extent, which is pretty cool. So we'll have to see. Agreed, Intelligent Donkey, yes. We'll see if I'm able to cover the full thing. McBeardy, that's because YouTube Content ID only applies to stuff on YouTube. How else could it? Well, I guess that's not technically true. YouTube Content ID applies to stuff entered into the YouTube Content ID system, not necessarily just stuff on YouTube, but it has to run through YouTube. Then why not watch it on Twitter? Because it's the same thing? Because that would still be on YouTube Content ID? So the CNN clips they don't upload are fair game? What? Guys, just Google YouTube Content ID. I get like triggered because every time I say, hey, I will literally threaten my livelihood if I watch just 10 seconds of this clip, and people in chat are like, no, 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 it's fine. You know, knowing fully well they have no idea what they're talking about. You're fine. You're fine. I get triggered by it. Yes. Yes. Nice. That was a fun stream. I have to read donos, and after that I got to skedaddle because it's bathing time for Pigeon before we take her over to the vet, you know? Squeaky clean. I love you all very much. I am going to read donos, but before I do that, like I said, I'll show you the jacket that I got, okay? How about that? How about that, huh? It's really nice. You'll like it, okay? Look at that shape. Yeah. Very dapper. Thank you. Very happy with it. You already showed that one? Yes. And this is a different stream. Shoulders are cut perfectly? Yeah, they fit perfectly. Couldn't be happier with it. Largest size Anthology had. Do you have pants chosen too? Yeah, but I had to compromise. Okay. Just a few donos to read. Let me get these through. Semi-Locon, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Their pronouns are she, any, but they don't she any bitches. True. Took me a while to get there. Jamil, thank you for the $5. I'm really sorry to hear that you're getting your dog put down tomorrow. Look, your dog had a wonderful life for the time that they had, you know? That's all that can really be said. And on a long enough timeline, literally all living things either die or get put down, you know? So... most dogs get to live deliriously pleasant lives. Little Gray Pearl, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Just beat breast cancer. Let's celebrate. Jesus! Fucking tonal whiplash. Little Gray Pearl, congratulations. Hell yeah. Beat the fuck out of that. The weight of the fabric showing in the seams of the coat here is so satisfying. Yeah, it's a heavy wool, kind of a, you know, a tweed. As you can see, there's some details that I really like here. For one, the lip on the shoulder. See? The shoulder connects after being folded in to the seam on the edge of the torso, which has a nice, like, it's a very masculine fit. It's the shoulders aren't even padded, really. It's just like that seam gives a bit of puff that extends the shoulder line. Very nice. Also, I showed this off before, but I have to again, okay? Check it out. No collar gap. See? You move your arms around or whatever. Even if I button it. Look at that. You raise your arms up, stays totally flat. Are the shorts staying? For the end of this stream, at least. Sleeves are also a perfect length. Actually, they need about a ½ inch off. I need to have them finished. There's actually no button on them. See? The sleeves came unfinished. There's just a thread connecting it, the X right here. Got to bring that to a tailor. Very quick work to finish the sleeves. Would you buy more suit jackets like this, or was this a one and done? They're not cheap, so, you know, we'll see. I really want the Anthology's coat, which is made very similarly. So, I mean, I really want it. I really want it. The idea would be, though, that because these are well made, like, theoretically, I could wear this for the rest of my life, right? Unless I got very fat, then it wouldn't fit that well, but I would have to be pretty fat, like maybe gain about 100, I think, for it to meaningfully interfere with the, I got buttons from the Anthology MX Dizzy. You going with 3 buttons or 4 buttons on the sleeve? Oh, I don't know. I'll confer with the tailor. I don't have strong opinions on that. Unless you got super swole. There is just enough room in the shoulder for me to get wider shoulders. I made sure of that. It's usually good, especially for something like this that has a very structured seam on the shoulder, to give yourself a bit more room, because if you don't have a bit more room, you get issues with like the collar gap or moving around and stuff. So if I got more swole, maybe it'd be a little bit less flexible in this, but it would still be wearable and it would look fully fitted, I think. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know for sure. You know, if I got crazy swole, then no, but it's not magic. Cheeky Licks, thank you for the $5. I don't use dating apps, but sometimes I go up to a girl and suggest her listen to some rock album when no one's around. Then I'll leave because I'll have a breakdown. That sounds like self-destructive behavior. You shouldn't do that. Shabazz, thank you for the $5. Medically induced comas and other prolonged sedation are known to cause cognitive decline. Yeah, no, I really do mean it with JP. Asban, thank you for the $15. Yes, I know about John Brown's court speech. Unfortunately, I can't listen to it right now, but it's definitely worth listening to. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Wabajack, thank you for the $5. I've seen the SEAL guy stabbing the ballistics gel torso, but I didn't know that was from Deadliest Warrior. So now I know, I guess. Really quickly, guys. Artemy. Artemy, who made you so fat? I don't want to pick a cat as fat as Artemy up right now while I'm wearing a sports coat. The Anthology has a lot of stuff that I really like. I want their goddamn coat so badly. What if they run out? What if I don't get it in time? Whoa, whoa. Look at the roll on that lapel. Oh. Get it, you coward? It's like $2,000. Vosh, you're so gay. It's good! It's worth 2 Hassan shirts. Little Grey Pearl, thank you for the additional tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Drew the Magnificent, thank you for the $10. Trump also can't borrow from banks because he has a long history of defaulting on debts and basically saying, sue me. Yep, it's all catching up here at the very end of his life. Liba, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'll look more into gender GP just so I know, you know? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Vosh, that jacket looks like shit. How will you be able to high-waist your pants enough with it? I don't know what you're talking about. This was made for high-waisted pants to come up right at the level where it buttons, the middle button. Thank you. All building a case towards the coat purchase. If the jacket doesn't look good with your pants up above your nipples, it's not worth getting. There might be. There's still enough room in the torso for a bit more. Artemy? He's flopped right to my left. Very cute. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Again, Sake. Bella Bell, thank you for the tier 1 sub. When are you upgrading to a full zoot suit? Oh, you all want me to fucking hike the pants up to my nipples, okay? You hike your own pants up to your own nipples. No bless, thanks to tier 3 sub. You deserve a palate cleanser. Here are our kittens, Mary and Pippin. One of them condemns Hamas. Can you guess who? This is the difficulty that every IDF soldier feels when staring at 2 8-year-old Palestinian children, okay? Which of them condemns Hamas? They reach for the gun at their belt. Trick question. Neither of them condemns Hamas. Bam! There. I'm done role-playing as an IDF soldier. They're very adorable. No payments. Thank you for the $5. You really got that shit on, though, for real? Thank you. I'm going to go to a tailor later today, I think. I love Duckies, the $5. Vosh, I'm afraid to take things further with women because of my 3-inch Punisher. What do I do? Probably don't refer to your dick as a Punisher, for one. I feel like that probably conveys an attitude towards your own penis that you're not helping or serving properly. Like, look, there are plenty of girls for... Artemy. Okay. There are plenty of girls for whom that's going to be a big deal. Like, don't get me wrong. But... Okay. So I'm not saying it's not an issue at all. I'm just saying that in terms of, like, literally making a bitch feel good, it's mostly about, you know, giving her the old razzle-dazzle. The big slap. You know what I'm saying? Some chicks will mind more, some chicks will mind less. But you should be upfront with that to begin with, I guess. I don't know. I guess it depends on the environment in which you're sort of courting people. And he's being very active. See how there's no red light coming from that side anymore? Yeah, it's because he was blocking it. What are you doing? Why do you keep moving around? Do you want something? He's so fucking cute. Hello, my name is Kyle. My penis is small. Yeah, that should work. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Jordan Peterson at his only coherence. A video link from Sake? That's crazy.
Rat is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat. You're ready, man. Most of you aren't foaming at the mouth. And, you know, like fundamentally, why? None of you are stark naked. Why? Why? Why are you wearing jeans? You're doomed. Why are you not?
The funny thing is, he acted like this back when he was more mentally well. after he got put in that medically induced coma, he just got like stern and angry. Like all of this eccentricity, a lot of which is him being crazy, and a lot of this is also just him being kind of a wacky guy, which is fine. Like, this was before the brain break.
Not afraid.
He's not funny anymore. If he only knew where he would end up. Let me read these last few donos right here. The Midnight Garnet with $5. Flying a boss. Get me like your chat is super white. I know my chat is so white. Listen, okay? Long been considered a brother to many in the community. Thank you. I knew in my heart of hearts what that song was and the creator, the spirit of it, you know. Chat's just, honestly, chat's bringing me down, making me look bad. Artemy, can you stop blocking the light? He said no. And Kumar01234, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. That's the end of my donations that I need to read. I'm going to cap off stream the only way I know how by showing you a few other items of clothing from the anthology that I want to get and sighing deeply because I know it wouldn't be a good use of money, but oh my god, it would make me so happy to have them because I want to wear them outside and feel pretty. I already showed you the coat, so I don't need to do that one again. The fucking birds. Trying to get the right one here. Yeah. Don't open any images. I get you. Coats and sports jackets, shirts, t-shirts, and sweaters. Maybe I don't want to do this right now. I really, really do like their knitted t-shirts, though. I got one of these. They're just lovely. Look at that. It's a show-off for the knitted t-shirt. It's like a t-shirt that has a material that makes it just perfect for being worn in a wide variety of settings. You know, you can wear it with trousers. Here he's wearing it with jeans and a sports jacket. Here just with jeans. You know, it's a lot of usefulness. That orange is so pretty. Yeah, it's rust. I love rust. It's one of my favorite colors in clothing. Very, very nice. Not cheap either, but certainly less expensive than... Oh, Loaf, thank you for the $5. Well done on winning something at the Vegas airport. Hell yeah. Bernie podcast. We'll have to take a look at that next time. All right, folks. I have to give Pigeon a bath. Never easy. You know, wish me luck. Gonna have to suffer a little bit. In the meantime, I love you all very much, and I had a wonderful stream. You all take care. I am going to send you guys over to Dara streaming. Perhaps Dara? Let's see. Dun. I'll say Dara. You know, I like their streams. I lurk sometimes because the cooking show thing is fun. All right, it is. Take the suit off first. I'll take the jacket off before I wash the damn cat. Don't worry. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourselves. And remember, you know, drink water. Got it. Nailed it. Which one of these is the right? There we go.